Good morning. Today is Tuesday, January 12th, 2021, and it is 10 a.m. We're in the city chambers, and I call this City Commission regular meeting to order. Roll call, we have Acting City Manager Yarborough, City Attorney Slayton, Commissioner McDowell, myself, Mayor Luke, we have Vice Mayor Emmerich, Commissioner Langdon, Recording Secretary Goodman, started to say Goodrich. And we have our Assistant Deputy Clerk. What's your last name?
Jimenez Gianelli.
Would you say that again, please?
Jimenez Gianelli.
Gianelli. We also have Deputy Police Chief with us also, Mr. Morales. Couple of notes. If you want to give a public comment, there's comment cards at either podium. Give it to the officer over here, and he'll make sure we get it so that public comment can be read into the record. And if you have a phone, if you would please shut it off or silence it somehow, we would appreciate it. I'm going to ask Deputy Chief Morales to come down. He's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, but before we have the Pledge of Allegiance, we have a whole lot of stuff going on in our nation right now. And I'm very thankful to be serving in local government. Local government, we're nonpartisan, and we just do the people's work. And I'm thankful I'm here at this location, not at the state or the federal level, actually, to tell the truth. So if you don't mind, we'll stand and have a few moments of silence, remembering those who were lost, remembering, praying whatever can be done to bring peace and unity within our nation. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chief.
Thank you, Mayor.
Do you want to say anything also?
Yeah, just to let everyone know that there was a tragic incident involving a Hillsborough County deputy yesterday evening. Corporal Brian Levine, a 31-year veteran, was intentionally run down by a fleeing suspect in a vehicle and was tragically killed, and it was one shift away from his retirement. So it's just very sad, and thank you for that moment of silence, but it was a very tragic story of the deputy. So we thank you all for your thoughts and prayers.
We'll continue to do that. That's very tragic. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for that moment of silence. We need unity in our country, and thank you for that.
I think we feel it within our own local being. I know you guys didn't see what I saw, but I saw the fire chief greet the deputy chief with a hug. That's a brotherhood, and that's a unity that we need outside of the walls of this city. So we're blessed. Approval of the agenda. We actually have some requests to change it around a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
City manager?
Yes, ma'am. If possible, if y'all could consider moving the petitions, the 3 petitions, if you could consider moving that possibly after D, after the 4 ordinances. Y'all could consider moving that. 6D. Thank you. Thank you.
After 6D,
Correct.
we will do the 3 petitions. And what are the numbers of the petitions?
The number of the petitions are,
I have them there.
Okay, do you mind making the motion?
As long as that's all the only change, is
Does
there any other
anybody else
changes?
have any recommended change?
And it's it,
Okay.
I, J, and K are the,
Mayor, I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented. However, we're going to move item 6I, J, and K to after 6D.
We have we have a motion and a second on the floor to accept the agenda with moving 6I, J, and K after 6D. Anything to that? Let's go ahead and vote, please. Vice Mayor. That passes 4-0. Do we have any public comment for this section?
There are none.
And we don't have any here either, do we, Vice Mayor?
No, ma'am.
All right, with that, we will go into the announcements. And Deputy Clerk, you're on.
The current vacancies for the following boards and committees include the Art Advisory Board Audit Committee, the Beautification and Tree Scenic Highway Committee, the Charter Review Advisory Board, the Citizens Tax Oversight Committee, the Community Economic Development Advisory Board, the Environmental Advisory Board, the Historic and Cultural Advisory Board, Joint Management Advisory Board, the Northport Youth Council, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, Public Utility Advisory Board, and Zoning Board of Appeals. The upcoming expirations for the following advisory boards and committees is the Northport Youth Council, Public Utility Advisory Board, and one Northport resident to serve on the Sarasota Manatee Metropolitan Planning Organization Citizens Advisory Network. If anyone would like more information, please see the city clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you, very nice, appreciate that. All right, on to the consent agenda. City Manager, has anything been pulled?
no, ma'am, nothing's been pulled.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner McDowell to approve the consent agenda as read, seconded by Vice Mayor. Anything to that?
No, ma'am.
We will vote. And that is unanimous, 4-0. Thank you very much. On to presentations. The first one is a special guest and friend of mine. This is Julie King. She is the vice principal of our high school. I was able to sit in a chamber meeting where she gave a presentation on all the wonderful stuff that is going on in our high school. And this should be a lot of pride within the city when you hear this presentation, because that is our high school. So, Ms. King, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you so much, Mayor Luke, and all of you here. I don't know which way to face for the.
Oh, you can stand behind that
I stand
monitor?
here. Okay, perfect.
Yes, ma'am. Do you have a jump drive in there?
I do, and I
Okay.
have, she put it on the desktop, I believe. Let me see if I can find it. There we go.
And you have 15 minutes, Miss Julie?
Perfect.
They will set a clock for you that will
That's
show
awesome.
on the monitor.
That's wonderful. Now, I have this pulled up, but you're not. Are you seeing it? Oh, perfect. Okay, and I can just click right from here?
Sure can.
Perfect. I have handouts for you all that I will try to get to you, but I just want to say, can you all hear me with my mask on? Yeah?
There's
the
that
microphone.
bar is the speaker.
Oh, right here, so if I
Yes,
stand here,
ma'am.
then you can hear me better.
All
Okay, I'll
right.
try to stand still, not a strength. I'll try to stand still. Thank you so much, Mayor Luke and City Council, for this opportunity. Northport High School is your high school. You are who we are here to serve, you and our children, and we just want to partner with you, and we want to shout about a great deal of praise. This year, 2021, is a very is a very significant year for us. As you all know, thanks to all of you, this is our 20th anniversary. So that being said,
Geez, I feel old.
I was just going to say, that being said, do we have something to shout about? Yes, we do, and we want to partner with you and be a part, have you certainly be a part of that. We're very, very excited. We are all in this pandemic, and in the dark days of what we are all dealing with, the masks and social distancing and everything that Mayor Luke just mentioned at the beginning, we have light. We have heroes at Northport, and we have a hero program that I'm going to shout about, but there's more. And I just want to bring you a whole lot of light because I get to see it every day. We are an A school as of 2019. You all know this. As of 2018, 2019, for many years we were not. We achieved A status. Last year, no one in the district received A status because there were no tests given at that point. So this year we are right back on track, and I just have to share with you that in our ACE program, which is our ACE out of Cambridge, England, advanced program, and we are one of the schools in the district that have that ACE program. We are like the largest. We have over 600 ACE students in our Cambridge program. We are now a visual performing arts magnet school, which is something that our school has been working on achieving since our doors opened in 2001, and that just happened in 2019 at the end of that school year. And we are one of 3 high schools, I'm sorry, in 2020, and we are one of 3 high schools in all of Florida to win the Florida Arts Model Award. And that Florida Arts Model School Award was only achieved by our high school not being solely visual performing arts. We're the only high school like ours that achieved it, and we're the only high school that achieved it in all 4 areas with our dance and our visual arts and our performing arts. We're just super excited and proud. And I don't know if you saw in the newspaper, I'm sure you did, but our graduation rate, it was 95.4%. We just about tied Venice, and I think only Pineview really beat us. And I just think that you should be very, very proud of your school and your community. So that being said, I want to talk a little bit about why I believe we are so amazing. And that has to do with something I'm going to put up here for later. But I have a handout of this just for you to kind of see and think about. But our students, and I'll just put it over here, our students put together this, what you're seeing. And you might be saying, well, what does pride have to do with, we are so proud, but how does that fit into the school? And what I put there is our students came up with, we want something that it's catchy, it's an acronym, but it's what we believe. So we talked about positivity, respect, integrity, discipline, and excellence. And we had our students say the 3 areas that we really need this in, Mrs. King, and to all of us admin, is we need it in the halls. We need the respect in the classroom, and we need it in the cafeteria. Those are the big areas. And then, of course, we need it everywhere. So they came up with what I've just laid down there. But when they did that, we said, how can we're inspiring them. What does this look like? How does that translate into classroom? And what do we need to get rid of? Well, one of the things that was glaring at us was tardies. What was upsetting student body was the majority, you know how it is, 90% or 95% are doing what they should do, but we have this percent that's taking forever to get where they need to get, and they're tardy. So what we did was we said, okay, let's implement a program that's really going to promote them getting to class. How are we going to do that? It's called the HERO system. And for any of you that have students at the high school, and do I have anyone here that has students attending Northport High?
Or
Well, if I
grandchildren.
did, you can jump in and tell me how you feel about HERO, but I'm going to tell you what, it's been amazing. And what happens is the students have to get a pass if they're late. The door's shut and they have to come and get a pass, and those passes have consequences, as you can see. And what's happened is now when the bell rings, you could hear a pin drop. And our students are doing such a great job with really, really wanting to have that not only A, excellence for you academically, but behaviorally, that we are awarding points through our HERO system. The HERO system is something that teachers are giving points out because everybody's prepared, because everyone is attentive and answering questions. how do they show that through the respect, through their conversations and their engagement level in the classroom. So they're giving these hero points, but this is where I'm shouting out, and Mayor Luke heard me saying, now that we have all these points, and we even have a teacher app and students app to see their points daily, we need to do some rewards. So I do have these for you all as well, and I counted. I have enough for all of you, but it's just kind of showing you what both in-person and remote students are receiving, and how do you do that? And I'll talk about that. But are receiving. You might say, well, it's candy, it's this, it's that, and I know it's tiny, so I made sheets for you, but to save time, they are getting social media shout outs, they're getting lunch with our principal, they're getting all kinds of, they get a special parking spot and get to leave early. We're doing, that's really a big deal, 3 or 4 minutes early for being a hero. They get passes to our athletic events, passes to our theater events. It's just, but some of the food items, they do get pricey, so we are raising money all the time, and the students love it. They're getting T-shirts, water bottles, all kinds of things. So redeeming points, and if anyone wants to donate to the Pride and Hero program for all of the gift cards and things we're providing them, including school supplies, just, I have that at the end of my presentation, but that is Hero, and really making certain, if you were coming, if Mayor Luke was bringing all of you to come and see or tour our campus, I just want you to know how proud, we want you to be proud. We want you to see the kind of behavior, the A behavior that our students are exhibiting. What else do we do? Glad you asked. That is our principal, Mr. Johnson there, featured in helping serve our breakfast. And all of our 4.0 students, we had 276 4.0.
Wow.
Yes, 4.0. And that's something to really shout about, first grading period. And so we had a breakfast for them, and that's our culinary department. And Mr. Johnson was helping serve, and the kids loved that. We had an ice cream social for our perfect attendance, and even our teachers benefited from that perfect attendance. But you know, folks, our grading period's about to close. We have it every quarter. So also our funds are channeled into those rewards, and we're going to Kia and all kinds of folks to really help us to fund that. So it's not, using the money that the students give for supplies and so forth. We're going out and getting that money to reward our students out in the community. And you all will be hearing from us. So just so you know, that's our hero. Now, the other side of this program that we're very proud about, and I get to be the administrator over our visual performing arts, is the VPA program. And we do believe that society is remembered by their arts. Now, what I want you to know about the VPA program is we became a magnet school in March of 2020. And when we found that out, it was February. It was right before. It was like the week before the pandemic. And I cannot even tell you how much this group of people had been working for that and deserve to be honored, because they really, really worked hard, and it was a journey, let me tell you. And then we found out almost within the same month that this same group of individuals, all 11 talented artists and so forth, teachers, filled out a huge amount of work and were videoed and interviewed and became one of the only Florida Arts Model School in all of Florida last year to have distinction in all 4 areas. So we're super proud. That being said, these are students here that are just showing you their art that they have had in different shows that have been award-winning across Florida and have been sold in some cases because people just said, I had to have it, but have been on display all throughout the surrounding area. And we have now currently in our auditorium, when you walk in, the walls are covered with current artwork that they just generated this year. And this shows them being honored in the middle picture here at the school board. And that was all of them on, because they were absolutely honoring them for being a VPA magnet school. But our performances are there for you. And I have a paper here that tells you from this moment on all of the performances in our pack. And we would love for you to come and enjoy our students. Our theater is just finished Ditch Day, and this is the program from Ditch Day. And the reason I brought it was, if you look at it, there's plenty of space in the back of the program for you to, if you sponsor or want to donate. This is the students doing some of their different performances here. This was Newsies. And what I want you to know is we will definitely have you mentioned and definitely have you a big page in there if you want to donate to any of our BPA department pieces. The dance group, we have a recital coming up on January 22nd, and it will be ballet and modern dance, and it's going to be fantastic, and we have tickets for you if you're interested. And additionally, as you look, I don't know how many of you have been to our PAC to see some of the performances, but this is Beauty and the Beast, obviously. But Guys and Dolls is our spring musical this year, and we're very, very excited about that. And I have information on that too. Tiffany Jennings is our department chair. She was just named Teacher of the Year. It is the first time in all of our schools since its inception, since it began, that we've ever had a visual VPA teacher get that award or receive that award. So we're really, really proud. She has also had 100%, as you can see. She gets her pass rates. And as you know, it's hand in hand. If we have that art piece for students, they do better academically, and studies have shown that. Marilyn and Chloe and Fu also have students that are receiving $40,000 a year for 4 years, which is $160,000 from Ringling. We have Best in Show at the airport show. We definitely get results. And our music, that's not to leave them out. He has received Dr. Owen Bradley straight superior ratings, Lorianne Alegria with the orchestra component and the drum line, percussion. David Summer is following. He is new. This is his 3rd year. He followed Dr. Brown, and he's doing phenomenal throughout the community and state, and has had our students performing at churches and synagogues, just everywhere. The sound is amazing. And Michelle and Heather with dance have hosted, had hosted people come in, adjuncts have come in, and our students are doing phenomenally. If you come to the performance, you will be in awe on January 22nd. They are just incredible. What can you do? Please join us. Please help us pack the pack with the social distancing and join us. And also, I have for you one of our areas. If you want to join any one of our visual, dance, drama, musical performance, please become a sponsor. I have information to contact myself or Mr. Johnson, our principal, and just let us know if you'd like to help us out, donate anything at all. I'm going to share with you, how am I doing on time, Mayor Luke?
You still have just under 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll go. I'm just there. This is just to give you a snapshot here of what our instruments cost. And since we are in a situation, folks, where 20 years, the instruments have been refurbished. They were new in 2001. You know where I'm going. It's time to do some replacement. I mean, at some point you have to say, do I sell this car and get a new one, or do I keep repairing? So we're at that point, and the tubas are very expensive, as you can see. So those are things we need. This, Mr. Oliver and Dina Henderson in the theater, this sound system allows somebody, when you're sitting there and listening, you can sometimes hear an echo, but they can't hear it in the sound booth. And we need to have this so it's perfect. And we're trying very hard we do have a soundboard, but we need this. And this is for that brown kind of wooden, if you've been in the PAC, that's where it would be housed. So I told them I would definitely show you. The dance studio, this is not what it looks like, but this is what it could look like. This is what we want it to look like. And this is our mirrored dance studio upstairs. We have mirrors in the one for Heather Nelson, but we just don't in the upstairs. And it really makes a huge difference in performances for the students. So as I stop here with my email, Julie King and Brandon Johnson, I just can't thank you enough. I want you to be proud of Northport. The whole mission for me in presenting to the chamber, and where then I spoke with Mayor Luke, is that this is something to shout about. We want to thank you for the school and the opportunity to work with these young people and grow our leaders. But for you to come in, this is your school, partner with us on the 20th celebration of 20 years of magic. And this here that I'm going to leave you with, this is exciting. If you're out at businesses and you want to have some brochures about your school, please take these. Okay.
Thank you so very
Thank you.
much. I believe they deserve a plaque. Before I open it up to the questions of the other commissioners, didn't you say that you guys were the only school that won
In all 4 areas.
all 4 areas, the only one in the state that
Yes.
won in all 4 areas?
Yes.
That is
The
phenomenal.
Florida Arts Model Award. Yes, yes.
All right.
So I have.
Any commissioners? Questions or comments?
Yeah, yeah, both of my children graduated from Northport High School.
Wonderful.
So, yeah, we've had a lot of experiences there. The arts are wonderful. We've attended quite a few, and we appreciate everything that goes on over at that school.
Thank you so much. Well, I'm honored. I'm just blessed to work there, and I just can't tell you enough how much you all need to just call us and come in if you want to see what we're doing or see our performances. This blue form is everything still coming up, and how, tickets, and we would just be honored to have you there.
You can tell Miss King is an instructor and an education teacher. She wanders all around the room when the mic is only,
That was hard.
the mic is only right there.
I know. I'm so
But,
sorry.
yeah, you could tell she's a teacher. All right, Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, my 2 sons also graduated from Northport High School, and my oldest one was in Bobcat Village when he was in 6th and 7th grade.
Oh, my
So
goodness.
that's why when you said 20 years, it's like, oh my gosh, it's been that long already. To see the changes from being a brand new school to what is offered today, students don't know how lucky they have it. It's really cool, and it's taken a lot of leadership through these 2 decades to get it to where it is today. My kids didn't do anything with the arts. They were involved with ROTC and sports, but it just shows how well-rounded the school is for all students, and everybody is to be commended. And thank you for your presentation. It was awesome. It was very informative, and I love the Heroes program. It's really cool. So thank
Thank
you very
you.
much for the
Thank you.
presentation, and thank you, Mayor, for putting it on the agenda.
Yes.
Commissioner Langdon.
I'm on. Yes, kudos to you. I'm excited about the high school, and I can see that you really love what you're doing. Just a question for you. I don't know if everyone knows, but we do have a community symphony in Northport that is all volunteer. And I know in the past that our high school musicians would sometimes do programs and participate. Do you have plans to do that again after COVID is
Yes, to
behind
continue to
us?
partner, that partnership, absolutely. If you come to any of our performances or the Season of the Stars that unfortunately we did not get to have this year for the first year because of COVID,
Right.
we tried to get the membership up, but at every one of those, we would try to partner and perform with. But to your point, with the orchestra, yes, we do plan on partnering, and I know Dr. Bradley
Yes.
and Ryan Oliver, we're all about that. Dr. Bradley even formed Tri-M, and it's the Tri-Music working with the students here. He wants the students in Tri-M to also be able to be partnered with you, with ushers, because you know we have, this is the ushers that help us too. So
Right,
we're trying to, yes, absolutely, that's our plan as soon as this pandemic gives us a break.
Well, that is wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I haven't had any kids go to Northport High, but I feel as though all of them are my kids.
They are.
I go as often as I can to the performances. I make the visual performance more than I do the sport, but I enjoy the sport and belong to the Booster Club in the past. But the performing arts, just incredible. I even go to Sarasota to see the displays of the galleries. Our kids win constantly. I go in and I'll take account of who the winners are. Northport always has more winners than any of the other cities or area. And it's just, I love it. It's just so prideful. I feel so much pride. I was at the performance Sunday afternoon, the matinee for Ditch.
Ditch Day, thank you.
They're great in their performance. So we do have a school that we can be so proud of. And the thing that I like, not only is it the performing arts, and we've got 270 some kids with 4.0. I mean, so the scholastic part is there, but you guys are teaching them how to become responsible adults and citizens through this Hero and Pride program. Thank you.
Absolutely.
When I was growing up, that type of upbringing, I think probably all of us sitting here, was part of the upbringing, and it seemed to disappear for a while. So thank you for bringing it back, teaching them how to achieve, rewarding them with the incentives. And I hope some of the businesses, some of the organizations that have means to support this program, because they're forming lives
Absolutely.
by supporting this. So thank you so very much for being with us, Ms. King.
Thank you. Thank you all for this time. And please help yourselves to any of the brochures or anything at all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
If there's any left over, I'll make sure you get them
I
back.
know, we'll be in touch. And you've come to so many things.
Yeah.
Our graduation, it's
Yeah.
just wonderful.
All right.
Let us know when you're there.
Thank you.
We can acknowledge you too.
All right, on to B, which is Public Works, City Manager.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to turn it over to Acting Public Works Director Monica Bramble to give a presentation. Oh, I think it might be a team effort.
Good morning, Monica Bramble, Acting Public Works Director. I want to take this time to acquaint you with some of the activities at Public Works, but I do want to point out on the left of your screen our accreditation symbol. We're very proud of that. We have been an accredited agency with the American Public Works Association since May of 2014. We work very hard to maintain it, and all of our employees are very proud to be wearing the symbol. So for this presentation, we're going to follow the 4 distinct operations, and these follow the budgeting format. So we have our road and drainage district, our solid waste district, our fleet management division, which is an inter-service fund, and our facilities maintenance division. The managers are going to tell you about their operations. They're going to give you an overview of the operations and then highlight some of the past year accomplishments and then a few of our current projects that we're doing this year. So we will start it out with Chuck Speak. He's our infrastructure and facilities operations and maintenance manager, the longest job title we have in the department.
Very fitting for him.
Good morning. Actually, the assistant has the longest. Hers is in front of mine. So, good morning, Mayor,
Morning.
Vice Mayor, Commission. The roads and drainage, road and drainage is broken up into several sections. The roads division, we take care of pretty much everything you see out there. As you know, we take care of the street lights, the traffic signals, the roadways, the sidewalks, the mowing, tree trimming. We take care of all the drainage, the water control structures, rehabilitating the swales and the R ditches. So last year, a few of the accomplishments, we painted the traffic signal poles and mast arms, city center green at the intersections on 41, Galleria, West Villages Parkway, and the Cocoa Plum Plaza, and also added in Sumter and Salford to those. So all of those have been painted now. They're all the city center green. We repaired over 1,900 street signs, and that's replacing, resetting, anything that may happen. We deal with a lot of issues with street signs, more than what you would think. We have over 10,000 out there, so our guys are very busy. I have two staff members that work on those every day. We also completed the cleaning and painting of all of the streetlight poles on Toledo Glade Boulevard. So some of the upcoming projects we have, we're moving over now to cleaning and painting the sidewalk lights on Sumter, City Center Green, which are the shorter poles along the sidewalk or path on Sumter. We plan to do 150 of those this year. We also are looking to paint get some quotes and see if we can paint the traffic signal and mast arms on Toledo Blade. Those are getting a little older, starting to fade. So we're trying to get that scheduled in with some of the money for the painting of the street lights and the sidewalk light poles. And some of the drainage side I want to touch base on. Just this past year, we rehabilitated 77 miles of roadside swales. Okay, that's, we have about 1,600 miles of roadside swales in the city. And those are the first place the stormwater goes, get it off of the roads and away from the houses. And we were able to rehabilitate 77 miles of those this year. And that's just an ongoing as part of our grid and our drainage rehabilitation program. Sure where to point this to make it work. All right, so we'll move on to the road rehabilitation, which is under the engineering division. So last year, or we'll move into engineering. Last year, we completed construction of Water Control Structure 106, which is on the Cocoa Plum. It's the last structure, one of the most important structures before the stormwater on the lower end of the city drains into the Myakkahatchee. It's also the secondary source of the potable water for utilities. So that structure is complete. There's a ribbon cutting scheduled, I believe, for another week or two. It's the end of this month. So we hope that everyone will be there. It's a fantastic structure. We have telemetry there. We can operate it remotely. We have cameras so we can see what's going on. We also adjusted some of the interior gates to allow for better control, so I can control the levels a little more efficiently at that structure. So it turned out great. In the engineering side for next year, and what we're working on is the design of Water Control Structure 108. That will be in design this year and be scheduled to be constructed next year. We also have the road rehabilitation project, which will include 6.3 miles of Tropicare. It will 29, roughly 60 miles of also neighborhood roads and arterials. And I think that one. There you go. I'm going to turn it over to Frank. Mr. Frank Lama.
I think it made it click, did it?
What's that? What happened?
Did it flip again?
I flipped it
Okay.
back.
All right, okay.
So, Vice Mayor, Mayor, Commissioners, good morning. Thank you for having us here today. Frank Lama, for the record, always manager. So I just want to go back a little bit. We'll talk about the city oversight of solid waste began in 1960. Okay? The city of Northport took over solid waste operations in the 1970s. And then in 1989, the solid waste division was created. And here we are today. Okay? So solid waste provides service, recycling and garbage, 34,000 homes and apartments, 395 commercial accounts. We, the solid waste division, touch every single person's life here in the city each week. Solid waste owns 74 pieces of equipment, 40 roll-offs, over 1,000 dumpsters. Now, the roll-offs and the dumpsters, they could be residential or commercial. Out of the 74 pieces of equipment, 54 pieces of the equipment range from a pickup truck to a garbage truck. Most of them are over 20 tons, or around 20 tons, and they navigate through this large, beautiful city. So our annual video, our holiday video, hoping everybody enjoyed it. It's like a calling card. That's what I'm hearing out there. But we had a great response, 26,000 views, over 26,000 views. Staff takes pride and enjoys doing those for the people. And it's like us telling the resident, thank you for letting us serve you. And that's why we do it every year. So the recycling center opened up in 2019. We had many goals that we were looking to do, and we proved it, and that we reached a lot of the goals. One of them was, of course, to improve efficiencies, which you did. Our trucks are staying here in town. Eliminating contamination with plastic film, plastic bags, recycling, we're eliminating that. Last year, the division saved $575,000. This year also, we have a couple of balers. So we're baling our clean commercial cardboard, and we will be selling that to the open market. So, thank you, commissioners. This year, later this year, we will be opening up our organic center. This is where all the yard waste that is collected throughout the city will go. And it'll go into a larger trailer and it'll be taken to a distant facility. And by doing that, it gives us the ability to select a processor. And once again, just like the recycling center, it keeps us in town working. So I want to thank you very much for your time. And I'll pass it on to Ken Rapoon, Fleet Manager.
Hello, good afternoon, Ken Rapoon, Fleet Manager. Thank you for your time today. I want to start off by saying thanks to my fellow managers here in the city. We have a great working relationship with all of the city staff. My staff, I can't say enough about them. We have a very small staff. I have a staff of 13, 8 mechanics, 1 fabricator welder, and of course my admin staff. Amazing. We continue to be an ASC Blue Seal of Excellence since 2009. All of my mechanics are ASC certified, and they average about 14 years of service on total. We lost a huge asset this year with Brad Orlando retiring after 35 years, so now we're trying to find somebody that can fill those large shoes currently. So fleet management last year hired a welder fabricator. This was a position that we knew we needed, but we didn't realize how much we needed this position. This gentleman, Tom Line, is a huge asset. He not only helps with the welder fabricator, but he also assists in the shop right now doing random things. I mean, he's assisting other mechanics, which is a position that that we also are going to need eventually with all the increasing vehicles and equipment. But this guy is bar none. This position was a huge asset to the city. He's repaired lots and lots of solid waste trucks, and he's working for Frank. And then when he gets his vehicle, we're still waiting for his vehicle to come in. Once that gets here, because of COVID last year, he'll be out on the road repairing some of the water control structures and keeping those operational. Huge asset. Automated fuel monitoring, automated pool covers. So this is next year. This is our goals for this coming year. So we're looking to install with our current fuel supplier, so that way they can monitor our fuel supplies. They're going to be able to determine when we need fuel, which will minimize staff time going out and actually pulling those numbers by hand. So it'll assist in expediting our fuel deliveries to the city. Automated pool car reservations. So last year we went to RTA Cloud, or this year rather. This is just one of the applications add-ons that'll help with people needing a pool car reservation through Fleet. And non-ethanol gas supply, we're currently looking at how much non-ethanol that we spent through P-card purchases for small equipment, lawnmowers, gas, weed eaters, things of that nature. Currently, we're going out in town and purchasing that. We're looking at getting a small supply here to, if it'll cost efficiencies for that. What else? Oh, and I won't go there yet. You don't have time yet. So just some of the numbers that we did last year. Currently, Fleet maintains around 725 items, and I say items because it's not all vehicles and equipment. It's it's pressure washers and trailers and the gambit of equipment. I mean, there's lots of items out there. We performed 1,247 pieces of equipment and vehicles and items were given preventative maintenance last year, which included 7,600 hours total work orders. Work orders were completed last year as well. And again, this is by a staff of 8 mechanics, so we are consistently active. And we obviously utilized over almost 13,000 total hours last year, which included preventative maintenance. We replaced 27 vehicles and added 35 new vehicles for new positions. That was down from the year prior. Obviously, with our fellow managers here adding additional resources for the city, which includes additional staff, additional vehicles. Fleet is consistently changing, constantly training, trying to keep up with the new vehicles. The JCB loader for Frank's recycling. So this new equipment requires, new technology, new ways of doing business, and my mechanics the city's mechanics that operate these things and fix them is by far amazing. And thank you for your time. Talk to you again with the longest title in the city.
Yes. I want to touch on facilities maintenance. We Facilities maintenance maintains over 55 facilities. We support every department within the city. We manage over 30 citywide maintenance contracts. Just going to touch real quick. Last year alone, we completed 3,730 work orders. Those are both proactive and reactive work orders. So they're a very busy group. We have 10 and a half staff. 6 of those are actually in the field working. And everybody here keeps them very busy. They work very hard to keep the city staff and the public safe and happy. And I will give it back to Monica.
So I just want to mention, our Public Works front door is customer service. And they have to greet and assist all the public, and they need to know everything about Public Works, from how to dispose of used motor oil to what can I do with my swale water. Last year, they took over 48,000 calls. That's an average of 186 calls per day. So they are the backbone of Public Works here, and we do appreciate our customer service. These are the faces of Public Works. We have over 170 employees that are ready to serve Northport. And on behalf of the men and women of Public Works, we thank you.
Presentation. Thank you very much. That was a great presentation. I love it when the departments have the managers come in and voice theirs. All right, Commissioner McDowell, do you have?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Always enjoy hearing what you guys are doing to keep our city up and running. And I know that the customer service up at the front when they're coming in, whether off the street or through the phone, they're top notch. The staff and everybody just does absolutely a great job. And thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Yeah, no, as always, y'all do a great job. I mean, every department out there, you guys really hold us accountable and keep going with the monies and stuff, and you cut where you need to, and that makes our job a lot easier. So keep that in mind coming up on this budget. Thank you.
Warning, warning. Commissioner Langdon.
Yeah, just another kudo, because I recently had the opportunity to spend some time with you guys during my orientation, and I was just really very impressed with your commitment to efficiency and cost control while maintaining the highest level of service. So really well done, guys. Thanks for coming.
Ditto what everybody else has said. Solid waste, I mean, I'm constantly getting a citizen, thank you, they went over and above, they got out of the truck and they picked up that piece of paper and just, you are definitely loved. Chuck, you got probably one of the hardest jobs that there is.
It's because he has the longest title.
Yeah, exactly. So he deserves it, doesn't he? The new methodology going in, I mean, there's a lot of changes. Complaints come, criticism in putting that new methodology in place. Hat off to you. You are always a professional. You always tell the truth up front, take care of it, and it doesn't matter how it's presented to you. So appreciate it. Fleet, the very first thing that you said about working with all the departments, all the managers, I never really thought of that, but you do. And at the end of yours, all this new technology and stuff, do they have to go get training to actually know how to use some of this new, or fix this new equipment?
Yes, that was one thing, and I know last year during budget, there was talks of, cutting the budget, and there was, training, so, there was cuts, but there was one thing I couldn't cut, which was training for the staff, and, those guys, a regular car nowadays has over 100 microprocessors, so, and that's just a car, not including the heavy equipment that these guys are running, so they have to know everything from A to Z plus some, and so to keep these guys trained, it's a constant battle, to make sure they're getting online training, whether it's with COVID, obviously, there's been some challenges with that, but yes, there's agreements where we consistently get trained. When we buy new equipment, we make sure that we have the dealers, the dealer and the manufacturer come and give operator training, mechanic training, and so on and so forth. But we really
It's
look for the
important.
best. Yes. When we purchase new equipment, we make sure that there's something in there that we make sure that we're getting follow-on training and that there's guidance as we go forward. So even
That's
though we get a
great.
new piece of gear, they're not dropping it off and saying, okay, good luck. There's
And we don't want to
resources
hit
for
and
us.
miss type of.
There's resources for us to lean back on them to make sure that we
All
have
right,
the,
great. Thank you. Facility maintenance, they do a wonderful job too. Just this morning, they were in making sure the temperature in the commission suite was, because it was freezing, they even admitted. So wonderful job to all. Hats off. Ms. Bramble, I've told you I would clone you all over the city if I could. So hats off to this area, and thank you very much for all that you do. Anything else? All right, we'll move on to C. City manager.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I'm going to defer to the city attorney regarding the presentation, the next presentation.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, I'd like to introduce Attorney Joe Polzak with the law firm of Fournier, Connolly, Shamsi, Mladnick, and Polzak. Mr. Polzak is a local government lawyer with an emphasis on providing legal services to law enforcement agencies. And he's developed an extensive expertise in matters related to regulating public spaces and public places. You know that later on this agenda, directly following this presentation, we have 3 ordinances that relate to the subject matter, and he's not going to address those ordinances specifically during his presentation, but he will be available to assist when we have the public hearings on those ordinances. I've asked him to present to you an overview about the legal confinements and boundaries of regulating public spaces.
Will it be 3 or 4 ordinances following his presentation? I thought the first 4.
There is a 4th one, but we handled the 4th one in-house.
Okay, all right.
And Mr. Polzak assisted us with the first 3.
Thank you so very kindly for coming and doing all that you are to assist our city, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, staff, and members of our community, thank you for the opportunity to participate in your governance through the ordinances presented for your consideration today. These ordinances, as the city attorney mentioned, regulate the use of our public spaces and our public facilities. Principally, today is an exercise of the rule of law. Our military, our Department of State have been conducting rule of law operations for over a century. And rule of law is essentially defined as the persons, institutions, and entities, public and private, including the state itself, accountable to the laws that are publicly promulgated, equally enforced, independently adjudicated, and consistent with applicable norms and standards. And that's what I'm here to discuss today. The norms and standards that we can look to are many. We'll start with a few. When we talk about the regulation of our public spaces and our public facilities, your body is principally interested in the basis and the authority to do so. This authority is extensive in our precedent throughout our system of jurisprudence. We need look no further than our 9th Federal Circuit, which is perhaps the strictest judicial circuit in our country in this regard, as to some of the precedent. Courts there have concluded that a city's interest in protecting its public safety by regulating its public spaces and promoting the economic health of its commercial areas is substantial. It's a substantial interest. Furthermore, even so far as protecting its aesthetically pleasing parks and streets, maintaining its facilities and public areas, promoting tourism and business, and developing its downtown area, cities also have a substantial interest in regulating its public spaces to do these aims. It also has a substantial interest in enabling the use of public rights-of-ways and facilities by all citizens and visitors. And the courts have upheld regulations similar to the ones before you today that are rationally related to advancing prohibitions for conduct in our public spaces that infringe on the public's general use of our parks, rights-of-ways, and public facilities. In part, both to ensure the safety of all employees and visitors to these areas, and also to ensure the economic vitality and proper use of all of these spaces. So, no discussion in this area is complete without considering all uses of these spaces as we want to serve and protect all members of our community. We can look to additional precedent in this regard to ensure that our laws are engineered to ensure the due process of law for all, including individuals experiencing homelessness who utilize our public spaces. Their rights are thoroughly discussed in several important cases on a national scale, including the Pottinger versus the City of Miami case and Martin versus City of Boise. These cases essentially stand for the proposition that any regulations aimed at what's called life-sustaining conduct in our public spaces ensure due process is achieved. In these areas, due process is achieved by providing for lawful alternatives where regulation impinges possibly on a life-sustaining conduct. For instance, in the Pottinger case involving the City of Miami, the court, through its federal consent decree in the Pottinger case, wanted to ensure, among other things, that any ordinance regulating camping provided lawful alternatives, and also any regulations affecting individuals' property also had certain protections in place. Keeping these protections in mind is how we engineered the ordinances before you today. Furthermore, the case discussed heavily the need for training of law enforcement, and that's something we anticipate in all of these ordinances also. The Martin versus City of Boise case went further, including a position paper filed by the U.S. Department of Justice that regulations that prohibit or address life-sustaining conduct, i.e. conduct that you can't help but to conduct in a public space because of your status as homeless, because you're experiencing homelessness. You have no choice but to carry out certain functions of daily life in public spaces because you don't have a private space to retreat to. That these regulations are among the most critical to ensure due process is achieved. So the Boise case picked up Pottinger's logic and wanted to ensure that if the city regulates outdoor camping or outdoor lodging, that appropriate shelter space is achieved for those individuals so they do have an actual choice in the matter. They're not prohibited from conduct and thus punished on the false premise that they did have a choice. Both of these cases are extremely important and must be considered in the engineering of any regulations governing our public space, as we have to anticipate their use of these spaces and how their otherwise lawful conduct might get swept up into the same regulation. It's with these cases in mind, these norms and standards in mind, that we can find in our system of jurisprudence and our system of case law that we used to create the engineering of all the regulations before you. Keeping in mind that the ordinances before you today are not about any individual, they are about the rule of law, they are about the proper regulation of all of our public spaces, including our public facilities, our parks, and our rights-of-way, to ensure that these spaces are used fairly and equally by all, providing access for disabled individuals that's unimpeded, and providing access for all members of our community to equally use, enjoy, and access the public services available to them through the city of Northport. At this time, I'll take any questions generally as to the concepts underlying these regulations before you.
Thank you, sir. Love the last sentence. I thought that was a great wrap-up of the entire thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any commissioners have any questions for him? Commissioner McDowell?
Thank you for the presentation. I do have just one question. When you mentioned life-sustaining activities, and you said that it was done in public places because they don't have private places, what does that mean? What is life-sustaining activities?
So the Pottinger case in particular uses the term life-sustaining conduct crimes or life-sustaining conduct misdemeanors. These are defined as misdemeanors which an individual experiencing homelessness in that case, since that was the issue in that case, commits by the mere fact that he or she is without, in the Pottinger case, shelter, and must conduct these life-sustaining activities such as eating, sleeping, sitting, congregating, or walking in public, in our public spaces, because they don't have a private home to sleep, eat, so forth in. So Pottinger, through the Southern Federal District of Miami and Boise, through the United States District Court for Idaho, and in fact, the U.S. Department of Justice all agreed with that logic and extended essentially the Pottinger logic in the Boise case and some other cases throughout the country, that if punishing conduct that's a universal and unavoidable consequence of being human violates essentially the Eighth Amendment to our U.S. Constitution, that if a person has literally nowhere else to go, then we're criminalizing their status. So that's principally the most important thing we want to avoid in any regulation of public space, is that. And we've considered all of that case law in engineering these regulations before you, by providing for several points of due process, which I can discuss with each of them, but most importantly, providing for lawful alternatives where required. So we're not criminalizing somebody's status. It only becomes an issue of enforcement when that person has rejected lawful alternatives and persists, and then the choice to conduct criminal conduct.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Do you have anything else, Commissioner
No, I do
McDowell?
not.
Anybody else? Well, thank you so very much. You're going to stick around in case we have a question on the next three ordinances? Is that what I heard? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we will go into the first public hearing A of ordinance number 2021-01. I'll need a motion that the clerk read this by title only, please.
Second?
All right, we have a motion on the floor to have this read by title only by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Go ahead and vote, please. That passes 4-0. Deputy Clerk, please go ahead and read by title only.
Ordinance number 2021-01, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, prohibiting certain conduct at city facilities and city parks by amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida to create Section 46-1, City Facilities Rules, and to repeal Section 50-2, Park Property, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. City Attorney, do you want to introduce this item, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance 2020-01 essentially accomplishes two goals with respect to public facilities, which include public buildings and public parks. The first is to establish a set of rules for those facilities that the public must follow, and if they do not follow, there are enforcement measures included. And the second is to repeal existing Section 50-2, which currently codifies a list of rules specifically for park property. So we're removing that specific list of rules for park property and adopting one set of rules for all city facilities, including parks. This was an ordinance that we worked on both in-house and with outside counsel, Joe Polzak, who is here as well, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
All right, does anyone have any questions? Well, first of all, we don't have any comment on this one,
Mayor?
do we? Public comment?
We do not.
Just a second.
According to our code 255E, and I'd like the city attorney to weigh in on this, we do have a process in place. Public comment comes after commission questions. And I want to make sure that the code is being followed versus the sheet that we were provided that is inaccurate. So if we could have the city attorney weigh in, I would be grateful.
Okay. We're going by the sheet that we're given, so according to Commissioner McDowell, there's something written somewhere else.
Yes, ma'am. In the city code, section 2-55, subsection E, it lists the order of items for which a public hearing shall be conducted in the following manner, and then it lists the order of the items. It does list questions prior to public comment, which is
Okay.
different than the cheat sheet that
It
Mayor,
has-
you have been provided for presiding
It has
purposes.
been inaccurate then, so I'm sure city clerk's office will address that, so thank you very much.
And Mayor, the only reason why I wanted to bring it to the attention is that I want to make sure that we are following the code so that there is no chance that anything that we do up here is questioned. That's the only
No,
reason why I brought it.
appreciate it. There's rules and procedures for a reason, so we need to do it properly, so I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
Is
City
there
Attorney.
any other presentation besides what city attorney stated?
No, ma'am.
Okay, then we will open it up for questions from the commission. Commissioner McDowell?
Yes, Mayor. I do have a few questions, and it's more for public edification and also for making sure things are done correctly. If you go to line 82 in the ordinance, it says disruptive or unsafe behavior, including conduct which intentionally interferes with employees or contractors in the performance of their duties. I want to make sure that this isn't infringing on people's First Amendment rights. I want to make sure that, I want to make sure our staff feels empowered when they are being chastised or disrespected, especially at like Morgan Center, Mullen Center, out in public during public events. I just take pause to line 82 and everything there. So if we could kind of talk about that, please.
City attorney, who would you
Oh, yes,
like?
ma'am. Mr. Polzak.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner, for that question. It's an excellent question. Just to note, these 13 rules have been modeled after and are consistent with facility rules that the county of Sarasota and the city of Sarasota had enacted. And that was for a specific purpose, both in terms of them being a model in themselves and also to harmonize the local regulations in this regard among our units of local government. But to address that question in particular, the question would fall for the application of this code to conduct. So in section F2, in line 121, it provides, actually, all of section F provides for common sense exceptions, medical emergencies, government activities, permitted property, and permitted events. So the city of Northport would have the authority, specifically the city manager or their designee, to allow for permitted type of events, including expressions consistent with the First Amendment, to ensure that conduct doesn't get inappropriately swept up into this prohibition. But essentially, that's going to fall on the enforcement of this ordinance.
So if we have anyone going up to our staff and being what I call disrespectful, belligerent, cussing, cursing, that kind of thing, would that fall under disruptive and unsafe behavior? There's a fine line because they do have a First Amendment right, as long as my understanding is they're not touching you, they're not threatening you. How does this come into play?
And I would also note, and that's a great follow-up question, that when we talk First Amendment, what we're talking about is protecting the content of that speech. Courts have consistently upheld common sense restrictions regarding the time, place, and manner of that speech.
Okay.
So the old maxim, you have the freedom to swing your fist stops where my face begins. That's applicable here, that you can exercise your First Amendment rights, but not in a way that unduly threatens or harms members of our staff or general public.
Thank you. And I think this one will be for staff, I'm not sure, but letter C, I think it's line 102, the posting of rules. So once this ordinance becomes adopted, it's my understanding, then it becomes law. And if we're required to post the rules, are they going to be ready at the time this ordinance takes effect to be posted inside, outside? And how many signs? How much does that cost? Not that we have any choice in not posting it, but I just want to make sure that upon enactment, we're ready to go and these are going to be erected.
Well, we will have the ability to post temporary signs, but more permanent signs, I don't have any cost information. I don't think we've gone that far yet. But once the ordinance is passed into law, I think, it would behoove us to even make temporary signage available at our facilities, our parks, and that kind of thing. But it will take us a little bit of time to put up permanent signs.
Thank you, sir.
And just may I add to the legal aspect of that, even though the ordinance may become effective, the city can delay enforcement until the posting is achieved in each specific area required.
Thank you. And I know that it's very easy to post the signs inside a building, but if we're going to have this be at all of our public spaces, that's our parks, our linear parks, temporary signs to me is a piece of paper, maybe laminated, but where are you going to put it? And I want to make sure that we are fulfilling the posting obligations and how that gets achieved for temporary. Why I wanted to bring it up. So thank you. My last question, Mayor, has to do with line 135, which is the repeal of section 502. Normally, when we have a repeal as part of an ordinance, there's a strike through and nothing is following up, and I didn't see that here, so I had to go pull section 502 to make sure that what was in section 502 is covered with those 13 rules. I don't see anything in these rules, and city attorney might have it encapsulated in another rule regarding the plants, the trees, the animals being molested or harmed. If we're repealing 502, how are we protecting the wildlife natures of what's in 502? Where is that done?
City attorney.
We worked with the Parks and Recreation Department and looking at the parks rules and trying to encompass what was needed into the city facility rules. So that department has weighed in with respect to the rules that are being presented before you and believes that these rules capture everything that they need. There are some rules that have some kind of more general language to them, such as the one on line 68, subsection 4, activities or behaviors which present an unreasonable risk of damage to city property. Subsection 5, tampering with the grounds could be included. Subsection 9, disruptive or unsafe behavior. So there's a lot of breadth to the rules that are being proposed today, as opposed to the rules that currently exist for parks, which are very, very specific, and each one is fairly narrow individually. Is there anything that you would like to add?
I would also add, Commissioners, that line 98, section or subsection B, this ordinance provides for the additional authority upon the city manager to enact specific rules as needed. That may be specific to a certain facility or location.
But if we're repealing, and this is something for the board to consider, because we are the legislators, if we're repealing 502, which has very specific language to protect our wildlife and our plants, especially plants, I picture along Myakkahatchee Creek that has some very delicate plants, and if somebody is taking them and they're caught, we have no law saying that they can't. We have no law that says you can't harm the animals. Yes, we have the human law, but if we're repealing 502 that has specific language, and that is being removed, where is the protection for our wildlife that has become very integral in our community? And that concerns me because there's nothing specific. City property is not wildlife.
Okay, let's open that up for a discussion. I understand city attorney has stated that what we have before us is broader, and it could be including those types of entities. But is that something that we would like to see placed back in the protection of the animals and plant life, such as within the Myakkahatchee, or the Myakka Creek and Myakkahatchee?
Anywhere.
Vice Mayor or Commissioner Langdon, how do you feel about that?
Go ahead.
Okay. I think as long as we have language that allows us the flexibility to apply it appropriately in specific cases, I don't think we serve the process by being overly specific, because then I would think, I'm not a lawyer, but I would think we open ourselves up to complaints that we weren't specific in a certain situation, if you know what I'm saying. So I'm comfortable with having general language as long as our the city lawyer and city manager are comfortable that they have the tools to apply in specific situations. I don't want us to get overly specific.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, the one, he's getting right up there. The one question was for Morales. Don't we have laws in place for wildlife and everything like that to where it would be through a civil action rather than just an ordinance in a park?
Good morning, Commissioners. Deputy Chief Morales. So in that question, yes, and to your point, Commissioner, about some of the scenarios you brought up real quick, when you said that, immediately it comes to my mind. If someone takes a tree on a property that's not theirs, there's a crime for that. If someone vandalizes a tree or any type of property that's not belonging to theirs on someone else's property, there's a crime for that as well. So there are other criminal statutes that govern us to act on that, on some of the questions or concerns you had when it related to the Myakkahatchee. I just wanted to point that out to you.
Thank you very much. That should clarify, those types of suspicions then. So, Commissioner McDowell, I'll turn it back over to you. Are you
So-
satisfied with that then, knowing that it is addressed?
One of the things that made me aware of this was when we had a citizen come up and say, hey, they're digging in the banks of the Myakkahatchee Creek. And this code was referred to as saying, you can't dig. So by removing this, are they going to be able to dig? Are they going to be able to,
So some of the factors we would take into that with their digging, is it creating damage? And if there's committing damage on a property of somebody else's, that falls under vandalism, criminal mischief, and we would investigate that as such.
So these protections that currently are in 502 wanting to be repealed, proposed in this ordinance, they fall under state statutes?
Depending on the circumstance. So I don't want to, some of the scenarios that you're bringing real quickly is coming to my mind, Commissioner, that there are some governing statutes that we could act on. However, there could be some different ones that there isn't, and that could be an environmental part. I don't know, I can't answer that. But to your point, I'm just bringing up that there are statutes based on scenarios given here that are enforceable under Florida law.
I'm concerned with blanketly removing all of 502 without hearing from staff. Right now.
The difference is this is broad, and you like the listing and it being more narrow. So I think that's where the difference comes.
And I think this will be one of those things where we're going to have to agree to disagree. But city property, to me, does not include our wildlife and our natural resources. I can't see that because we don't have ownership of that. City property is stuff that we are in charge of. So.
All right, are you?
Can I share
finished?
one more example? Just one more example that's in 502.
Okay.
It says you may not climb any tree or walk, stand upon monuments, fountains, railings, fences, bridges. So if somebody is sitting on one of our monuments out there, we remove this, there's no protections of harming the monument. I'm just thinking of we can't sit here today and think of all scenarios, but it concerns me when we repeal something without looking at all repercussions, because it appears that we are looking at it as city parks based on the presentation given, but there are other things that is also in this ordinance that doesn't fall under that same purview, and I just want to make sure
Your
we're.
answer to your question will be yes, if they're not committing damage and there's no provisions of them not to be allowed on a monument, then the answer would be yes, they could stand on there because there's nothing, they're not causing any damage.
Correct. City Attorney, your light's on.
Yeah, and subsection 4 does relate to activity or behavior which presents an unreasonable risk of damage to city property. So if someone is doing something that has a reasonable risk of damaging our property, then that would be prohibited under these rules.
So again, that section is a broader area, but if somebody's standing on a monument or doing something, they could use this ordinance to tell them to get off of it. Okay,
If there's a risk of damage.
yes.
Yeah,
Commissioner Lang.
and quickly, just to reiterate, because we can't anticipate every potential scenario, I'm in favor of a broader ordinance that gives staff what they need to be able to interpret it in a specific situation.
Do you have anything further?
Nope, just
Okay.
don't want to tie our hands when we have something specific already on the books.
So are there any other comments? We do have a public comment. Mr. English?
William English, resident Northport. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This seems to be another indication of a lack of caring by this commission as it relates to the natural resources of the city. And the action to remove this clause in its entirety demonstrate that lack of concern. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, with that, I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I'll move to continue ordinance number 2021-01 to second reading on January 26, 2021.
I second that.
There is a motion on the floor to continue ordinance 2021-01 to second reading on January 26 by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Langdon. Anything to that, Vice Mayor?
No, I just, I think we need to make this a little bit broader, but if they would like to come back with more information about, the resources and wildlife to where it can be included in second reading, I would appreciate that as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Langdon, anything to that?
No, nothing more.
Okay. Commissioner McDowell?
Yes. I would like to make an amendment to the motion and do exactly what Vice Mayor had suggested. That's what I was going to do.
Okay, let me speak to this motion, and then we'll allow the amendment, okay? Because I am in agreement with what Vice Mayor stated also. I think mentioning the natural resources wouldn't help or wouldn't hurt anything by naming natural resources. That would encompass, the environment, the animals, and things like that. So I think possibly the wording could be. So amendment, please. Commissioner McDowell, go ahead.
I'd like to make an amendment to have staff review in its entirety the section 5-02 in relation to the wildlife and our natural resources to be reconsidered for second reading for discussion.
I'll second.
There is now an amendment on the floor requesting staff to review section 502 in concern with wildlife and natural resources. to bring back to that second reading on January 26th, made by Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Vice Mayor. All right, City Attorney.
Just wanted to clarify for purposes of the record, the section number is 50-2.
Oh, thank you very much.
50-2.
Thank you very much. Please note, clerk, that every time that we have stated 502, we are talking about 50-2 for the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you, City Attorney.
All right, let's go ahead and take a vote on the amendment.
Is that seconded?
Yes, it was. It's been reiterated.
Thank you.
Thank you. The amendment passes 4-0, so now we will vote on the main motion as amended. And the main motion as amended passes 4-0 also. So thank you very much. We will go into B. And I'll need a motion to have city clerk read this by title only also.
So moved.
There is a motion on the floor and seconded by Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Vice Mayor, to have the city clerk read by title only. So please vote. That passes 4-0. So Deputy Clerk, will you please read by title only, please?
Ordinance number 2021-02, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida to establish a process and authorize city law enforcement officers to trespass an individual from public property by creating Section 46-2, trespass warnings on public property, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the city attorney to introduce it, but before I ask her that, I want to take us back in time, I don't know, about a year and a half ago. Our commission asked or requested that staff bring back what the city of Sarasota had accomplished, and what the city attorney has told me they couldn't just blanket that. So that's why we are seeing these ordinances coming back to us for our requests, so that it makes it proper for our city. So please, ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you for the clarification, Mayor. This ordinance establishes a process by which the Northport Police Department may issue a trespass warning to anyone who violates a section of our city code, our city facility rules that we just discussed and will potentially be adopted, or any Florida law. The ordinance also provides for enforcement, for the issuance of a written warning and what is to be included in that, for potential arrest, for exceptions, and then for an appeals process to go before our city's hearing officer. That's a broad overview of the ordinance. We'd be happy to go into more detail on any specific area of the ordinance and answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, has this been cleared so that these are the commissioners desiring to speak? Commissioner Langdon, your light's on. Did you have a light on? All right. I think City Clerk needs to clear. All right. Commissioner McDowell, is your light on?
Yes, ma'am.
Go
I do
ahead.
want to speak to this.
Go ahead, please.
I only have two. One is very small. I believe there's a Scribner's error on line 9. It says here, must leave the city property and not return to the city property for 1 year.
We can correct that. Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Line 120. This is, has to do with the posting. So if there's an appeal, you have to post the hearing at the police department at City Hall and at the property upon which a violation allegedly had occurred. Help me understand how we will post at the Garden of Five Senses, or how we will post at Linear Park on Sumter. How does that posting work?
I'll let Mr. Polzak answer that.
Thank you.
So,
Oh, I said thank you.
thank you, Mayor, Commissioner. Thank you for the question. This posting process does reference Florida statute and requirements therein for posting. However, I would note that notice must be provided, as it talks about in section 2 there, starting on line 111, through one of the following methods, A, B, and C. So as long as notice is achieved, it can be achieved through any one of those 3 methods. In discussions with the police department, I think it is their intent to work out a system by which when somebody comes in and executes their appeal, they've got a calendar of hearing dates already essentially preset, and they can provide the person notice right there of the hearing date. That's correct. So if that's achieved at the time of the filing of the appeal, they're given notice right then. There doesn't need to be any other form of notice achieved.
Thank you, sir. Val?
I was reading the statute, and I thought it said and. I'll yield the floor, Mayor.
All right. Any questions, Vice Mayor or Commissioner Langdon? The one that I have, I will direct to City Attorney. It talks about the hearing officer listening to these appeals and stuff. Would that be the magistrate that we have? And if so, is that included in his contract?
Yes, ma'am, we have examined, the magistrate is called a hearing officer under his contract and under our code. And his contract, or the request for proposal that went out, covers the hearing officer duties, and our city code specifically says that he has the authority, the hearing officer has the authority to hear any violation of the code.
So that would be taken care of. Thank you for answering that. Commissioner McDowell, did you find what you
I did.
looking for?
So in 162-12, it says that the notice required must be provided, and A, 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D. And then you go to 2, and it says, in addition to providing notice set forth in subsection 1, it lists the other options. So there are 2 levels of notice that I'm reading. I'm not an attorney. I'm just reading this, and it just kind of didn't sit well when I was reading our ordinance and then comparing it to state statute. And I want to make sure that we are following and that our ordinance is matching the state statute.
So what the state statute says, Commissioner, is under subsection 1, notice must be provided to the violator by, and then it has A through D, and those are 4 options. If you look at the end of option C, it says or D. Then number 2 says, in addition to providing notice as set forth in subsection 1, at the option of the code enforcement board or the local government, notice may be served by publication or posting as follows. So it's optional and not mandatory under state statute.
Thank you for clarification. Commissioner McDowell, anything else? All right. Do we have any public comment?
There is none.
All right, thank you very much. I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I move to continue ordinance number 2021-02 to second reading on January 26, 2021.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Langdon to continue ordinance 2021-02 to second reading on January 26th, seconded by Vice Mayor. Anything to that, Commissioner Langdon? Vice Mayor? No, ma'am. Commissioner McDowell, anything to
As long
that?
as the scrivener's error is going to be corrected automatically.
We don't need the motion to capture that. We got it.
Just making sure.
All right, then With that, we will go ahead and take the vote. And that passes 4-0. Thank you very much. We are on to C, which is the last one the gentleman has aided us in, so thank you very much. I'm going to need another motion for this to be read by title only, please. Okay, there's a motion by Commissioner Langdon, seconded by Commissioner McDowell to have the ordinance read by title only. Vote on that. That passes 4-0. So Deputy Clerk, please go ahead and read by title only.
Ordinance number 2021-03, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, regulating the storage and removal of personal property by amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida by creating Section 46-3, storage and removal of personal property, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you very, very much. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance 2021-03 makes it unlawful for any person to store unattended items of personal property on public property for more than 24 continuous hours or without the authorization of a private property owner. It provides for a warning and potential citations. It also explains compliance and deals with the potential storage of that personal property. If you would like any additional summary or any other questions, I would ask Mr. Polzak to address those for you.
Thank you very much. Commission, is there any questions? I see Commissioner McDowell's light on. Okay,
If anybody else wants to go ahead, please jump right in.
go ahead. I think they're good.
So I'm going to kind of skip around on this one. Line 135 and line 137. Help me understand the difference between unattended property and abandoned property.
So, Commissioner, an example I can give you real quick is abandoned property would be a tent that's in on a property that's clearly has leaves and water built on it. It's been knocked down. It's clearly been abandoned. Nothing's been there for a while. It's clearly been vacated versus another tent area where it's up, it's fresh. There's hygiene products in there that clearly it's active. So it would be based on circumstances like that where you can clearly identify items or property that has been clearly abandoned, if that would be an example, because we've had that.
So in the definitions, should that be defined? This is just a question. I mean,
So under the statute, Commissioner, when it comes to this, because it's actually written in the state statute as abandoned, and that law enforcement, when we do these, we have to articulate and we also photograph how we came to that conclusion of abandonment versus actual non-abandonment property. It's actually just a found property. So if our officers found, and we've worked with Public Works on this on several occasions where Assistant City Manager, Acting City Manager Julie Belia will attest to, is that we have moved a lot based on abandoned property on certain properties throughout the city where it's been just abandoned, vacated, and we photographed it, documented it, and removed it. But we do our due diligence to make sure if we are saying something is abandoned, it is abandoned, and here's the proof to show a reasonable person would believe that this property has been abandoned.
so then we would take that abandoned property and store it?
Not if it's abandoned. Not if it's abandoned. If I'm correct, if it's abandoned, we can.
Yeah, so under, for abandoned, as the deputy chief mentioned, is governed by Florida Statute 705. And there's rules and processes in place for lost or abandoned property, which is different than here. This seeks to regulate the storage of property, which is where we have a, indicia of storage as it's defined therein, but usually we're going to be able to identify an owner of that property and that they are in fact storing it versus we can't identify an owner and it's lost, or like the deputy chief indicated, they have indicia that it's in fact been abandoned.
So if we find that property on site, we tag it, and for several days, and then we then take it in possession, and then we hold it, and then, of course, if no one comes to get it, then we follow the disposal process of that. No different than saying we have an ordinance for abandoned vehicles on side of the roadways here in our city. We tag them. We send certified mail to the owner. We give them 5 days. If their vehicle is not removed in 5 days, we have it towed to a tow yard, who then takes possession of the vehicle and moves forward from there. Similar in that aspect.
Just to note, this ordinance is really aimed at that gap in the state law where this is property that is not lost or abandoned, but is in fact being stored and thus not subject to Chapter 705 and needing local regulation.
It's on line 91. It says for any person to store unattended items for personal property. That's why I'm asking about unattended and abandoned. 91, I'm sorry, 92. I apologize, 92. '91 and 92, it kind of goes together. By the way, I love the line numbers.
91, 92.
It's what my sheet says.
I have ends with property for line 92.
Yeah.
On my sheet.
I'll take a look at it.
I have no idea why.
The sheets, the commissioner's looking at subsection C, which in the,
Does that say 91 and 92 on yours?
Our subsection C is 109 for us, I believe, right?
What the heck?
this is the second time this has
I
happened with your
know.
backup materials.
It must be the chair. Because Commissioner Carasone had the same problem.
I'm sorry, and in the version of the backup, in the Granicus, it is subsection B at line 72. Storage of personal property. Yeah, it does, yes, that is what it says, and it has a different letter on yours as well.
So that
Believe me, I can't make this up. All I can do is hit print on the agenda item, so I don't know.
that's a helpful clarification, and it's a good question. And looking at line 120, subsection C2 there, for unattended property, we specifically reference Chapter 705 that these types of property aren't meeting that statutory definition for precisely the reasons you're talking about. That unattended property is going to be a question whether it's lost, abandoned, or in fact being stored by somebody who's not present with the property. So that will be for law enforcement to determine which definition is met and thus which regulation is applicable to that property. If the property is being attended to and stored as defined herein, then that's obviously not lost or abandoned because we have its owner or custodian present.
Right. But if it's unattended, it gets stored.
If
If it's unattended after 24 hours of being tagged and noticed, it would get stored.
Okay, so then we store it at at social services?
Great question. So you're going back to some of the principles we talked about underlying these regulations, which is that somebody needs, if they don't have a lawful alternative location to store their property, they need to be offered one. And law enforcement is efforting that. I know they're engineering a system by which the property would be stored at a location and the owner or custodian will be given the opportunity to retrieve it and put it in its rightful place.
Okay, and according to this code, it says at social services.
Or, I believe it says either or.
To a secure indoor or outdoor location available at social services agency.
It says at an available social service organization or similar entity.
Guys, I'm sorry, I don't understand how I can have a completely different code that I got out of the backup material. I yield the floor, Mayor. I will be dissenting since I have a different document that I reviewed. and we'll just address it at second reading.
Right, that's what I was going to say, second reading could be, catch you up. Any, Commissioner Langdon?
Yes, I also had a question on Section C, subsection 5, line 114. I'm sensitive to the fact that the homeless, that their property is all that they have and what they believe to be required to sustain themselves. So I'm very sensitive to that. And I'd like to see, not in the ordinance, but I would want to make sure that we had multiple storage locations easily accessible to the homeless, and that they know where their possessions are so that they can take them, go and take them. If it's in one location, they may or may not be able to get to that location to get their possessions. So I just want to make sure that in implementation of this ordinance, that we do everything we can that's reasonable and fair to give homeless people the ability to reclaim their possessions. That's it.
So right now, where we have, in working with, whether it's a social service or other, I think one of the things is, or other similar entity, as the city of Sarasota has, they have a site, one site, they have containers. I've kind of went there with the deputy chief of SPD. He kind of showed me how they have kind of like totes, storage containers identified each one, and they have it's one facility. It's kind of hard, like I'm trying to grasp what you're saying, Commissioner, about if it's multiple facilities, that could be cumbersome to try to find out where that person is and where they're going. One-stop shop, one location is easier for staff. Otherwise, we have multiple staff running around because we are the gatekeepers of their property until such time they come get it. It's no different in our property evidence section of our department. We're responsible for their contents. If we take them to help get services, we help a homeless individual to go up services, we're by law have to take their property in and store it until such time they're able to come back and retrieve their property. So I just wanted to let you know that when you're saying multiple areas, that could become cumbersome for the department to track and monitor.
Well, again, I'm not envisioning 10 or 15 areas, but at least 2 or 3. And the fact that our city is 103 square miles
Sure.
does present a challenge. And I do think our hot team knows the areas where our homeless are most likely to be. And there could be a church or a social service agency, the Salvation Army, or some other organizations that might be willing to take those materials in. I mean, I'm thinking in the order of 2 or 3 that are accessible to the places where our homeless are most likely to be. If it's one location, because our city is so large, I think it could provide an undue burden on the homeless to reclaim their materials.
Okay, we can certainly explore that, Commissioner.
I'd appreciate that, thanks.
And we do have our homeless outreach
Yeah.
liaison. We do have our hot team. I envision, because you cannot release that material to some other entity. I mean, if you're the one that's taking it in, you have to keep it and make sure it's secure. For you to release it into somebody else's custody, you're then accountable. So you can't do that. But we have a hot team that can take it to them, that can bring them to that entity. We work actively with the homeless within the city. So I envision you guys being able to work out somehow so they can retrieve their items within the 30-day period.
Just a follow-up question. Is that practical
That's
for our
very
hot team to
practical
do?
versus the other option, Commissioner,
Yeah.
because the mayor's correct. If we work with another entity, who's responsible in the event someone goes and picks it up and says, well, it was here? But under ordinance, it basically puts the city in as the responsible holder.
Okay,
Those
I mean, if
items,
that's
so-
something that is appropriate and if our hot team is able to do that within their normal course of
I think that's-
responsibility that would be fine.
Honestly, Commissioner, as our hot team is going to, as you all know and see, our hot team is going to be expanded. It's going to grow as the city
Mhm.
grows with them.
Mhm.
That's building relationships.
Yep.
That's understanding and working with them. They're going to know everybody by face and name and location. And I think having that resource to them, because you're right, they don't have access. They don't have the abilities to get, but if they do get back and they meet with our hot team members, they can certainly work with chain of custody and transporting that back over to the owners. Absolutely.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, I just have a couple of follow-up questions. My understanding is there can be a fee for retrieval of stored items? I'm not even going to give you the line number because it's not going to jive.
Can you give me a subsection?
It's a general question on this
Oh, okay.
one, as far as so if somebody's property is being stored for up to 30 days, day 31, it can be destroyed. Is there a fee for holding their property in storage and keeping it safe?
Commissioner, thank you for your question. I believe what you're addressing is answered in subsection E1, principally on line 173, that the city may require a reasonable charge, as that's defined herein, but for somebody who doesn't have the means to pay a charge, they don't have to impose any charge upon the storage and removal of that property.
So I think this would be for city manager then, if we're going to enact this ordinance that has a fee for storage attached to it, or discretion can be used to not charge the fee. How do you charge person A a fee and then person B no fee? And then what is that fee? Would we have to have it in the fee schedule?
City manager?
Yes, ma'am, I'm doing some thinking.
While you're thinking, I'd like to add to this discussion. I don't like having discretionary fees.
Thank you.
I don't like saying this one's property has more value than this other one, so we're going to charge them a fee, or this person is homeless, so they can't. I don't like, I would rather just do away with the fee. We hold it for 30 days. That's. and not
The only
have a
input I
charge.
would give on this is that not all possessions are created equal. If it is having an impact to our storage space, that is, for example, a teddy bear is one thing, a tent is another thing. So a tent takes up more space, it requires more handling. A teddy bear you can hold in one hand. So not all things are created equal. So I would say and I'm not saying how we quantify this, but this is just something I'm thinking off the top of my head. If it has an impact, I would think the fee you would want to tie to the level of complexity and the amount of staff time and storage space. That's just the thinking right off the top of my head. That's all I got right now.
Commissioner Langdon or Vice Mayor, do you have any discussion with this?
No, just listening to this, I agree where there is differences and stuff. I do agree without imposing a fee, just like you had stated. But when you look at the complexity of it, it may be needing a fee, so I'm sort of on the fence on this one. I was just thinking when he was speaking, so.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question for Captain Morales. How big a problem is this? I mean, with what frequency are we retrieving property? And is it the size of a bread box, or is it the size of this room?
Commissioner, to answer your question, again, what we're talking about here for this ordinance is on public property of items that would be found abandoned or the question to you would be is that it's pretty much like the city manager said, we're talking like tents, there could be shopping carts. People have makeshift, boxes and cardboard that they have. So I just want to remind everyone again, this is, a lot of what we're talking about with the attorney here as well, is that I don't see how we would be charging a fee on a homeless, someone that, when it comes to the homeless, there will be a fee charged on that. I think that's just part of our service that we're going to have to provide. And I think, Joe, if you want to weigh in that too with the Pottinger too.
Yeah, my understanding, I don't think the police department or the city intends to impose any charge on an individual experiencing homelessness. And that's set forth, and if you look at line 68, subsection, or line 65, subsection A3, that the previously mentioned clause talks about reasonable charges. Well, this is setting the policy that we take into account their ability to pay the charge. Somebody who's experiencing homelessness, they're not going to have the ability to pay the charge. This is saying that we have the ability then not to charge them. And I think it's the police department's intention not to charge anyone experiencing homelessness with a storage or retrieval fee.
And I understand that, but that even strengthens what I was saying, because the majority of the abandoned items will probably be from homeless, unless it's a car or something, but I'm sure you have statutes where you take a car that, or code where you take a car. So if the majority of the stuff being stored is homeless and there's not going to be a charge to it anyhow, how do you find something, a phone or something that belongs to somebody else who is employed, and you take it in there, and how do you charge that person who is employed and lives in a dwelling versus the majority of the room being homeless and you're not charging for it?
Well, to answer your question, if a found property, like you just said, a cell phone, we put it in property. We put it for a certain amount of time, and then of course we put out notices if no one claims it, and then we go for destruction. But if someone was to come in and say, hey, my iPhone, I lost it here and we found it, we give it back to them. There's no charge. Part of the public service that we provide here in the city. There's no charge.
And again,
Yeah,
there's no charge to that. There's no charge to the homeless. When's the last time you stored something that you really needed to charge somebody for, besides a car?
Well, cars don't get stored. They get towed.
Yeah, this was to provide the flexibility, like if there was an actor that was storing their personal property in public spaces repeatedly, and they had the means to provide for proper storage, they could be assessed a cost rather than bear upon the taxpayer. So
Well,
that's,
then couldn't it be worded that multiple offender could be charged instead of, making it sound like it's selective of, whether there's an ability to pay or not? Just say a frequent flyer of,
Like that, yeah.
a violation be charged.
you,
We work on that.
I don't think we
first.
want to be in the storage business, so.
Thank
Right,
you.
right.
So the multiple offender might be an idea. I don't know, Deputy Chief?
I like that, sir. I mean,
Yeah.
that's
Can we
something
work
def-
on that for second reading, city
I'll make it,
attorney?
I'll include it in the motion.
We could, Mayor, I was just curious, Mr. Polzak, if you have any information about how this has worked for the city of Sarasota with respect to the charging and maybe the bulky items, that type of thing. I don't know if you have knowledge of that or not.
Sure. In practice, we haven't encountered a scenario where, to my knowledge, that we've had to impose any charge, and this gives us the authority not to do so. However, as mentioned, if somebody had the means and they were repeatedly abusing the system and public property by storing their items on it, even though they had the means, this would give us the authority to consider that. So that's why that's in there. However, in practice, and it's, I know it's the police department's intent not to charge anyone experiencing homelessness. It's their intent to provide services through their HOT team and provide the ability to retrieve their property. And I know, speaking to your earlier question, I believe it's their intent and their outreach efforts through their HOT team to make their offices available to assist individuals experiencing homelessness with that retrieval. So I don't believe they necessarily have to travel to the location. They can contact law enforcement. They can contact the HOT team either in person or by phone or social media and request help in retrieving their property, and the police department's more than happy to assist with that.
I did have one.
Go ahead.
Now, Deputy Chief Morales brought up on some of the items being tents and shopping carts. I would hope that shopping carts go back to the businesses that own them and we're not storing shopping carts.
Absolutely, Commissioner. And also, they can be identified of which one if they haven't removed the markings and so on and so forth. Absolutely, if it was something from Dollar Dollar General or Publix or Walmart, absolutely, we return it because it is their property.
Yeah, it is their property and
Yes.
it would just take up space and they may
If-
have the need for it.
If
So
they
I
can be
would-
identified, yes,
It,
sir.
it should go back to the business because they're not privately owned.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely, absolutely, and they're at least $500 per cart. I used to work in that industry. All right, Commissioner McDowell, your light's on.
The last one that I have, it says, again, I can't give you even the subsection, but no citation for first violation. On my paper, it's subsection C2, but it starts with no citation for first violation. What about second or third? There's nothing saying if it's a second or third violation. What happens then? I mean, again, this goes back to a frequent flyer. If they have their stuff and they go
There
to
is,
jail.
Commissioner, toward the very end, right above the conflicts, section 3. So if you go to the very end of the text, the codified text, keep going. Yeah, just above section 3 where it says
Penalty.
conflicts, yeah, there's a penalty there. That would be the penalty for a citation issued,
$500,
not exceeding.
right? Is that for the second offense, or is that for the third offense, or,
For any offense in which a citation is issued.
so you would issue a citation if somebody had more than one offense and needed their property stored?
So to jump in, this code provides the authority for subsequent offenses to be prohibited by criminal sanction. It's a second-degree misdemeanor under Florida law. However, that doesn't mean that law enforcement has to charge them. They can use their discretion. The primary purpose of this ordinance is to provide for regulating of our public spaces and removal of offending stored property. And I think that's the police department's intent, is the primary tool for this ordinance. Whether somebody abuses the law such that they need to be charged with the criminal offense provided herein, that's up to law enforcement to make that determination. They're just given the authority to do so in this code.
Thank you, that's all I have, Mayor.
Very much. Do we have any public comment? I don't over here.
There is none.
All right. I will close this public hearing then and entertain a motion.
I will make a motion.
Thank you.
Make a motion to continue ordinance number ordinance number 2021-03 to January 26th for second reading, with changes regarding the fee, that no fee be charged for the first offense for storage, and that any second or subsequent storage would be assessed a fee, and staff will come back with a recommended fee for discussion.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor by Commissioner McDowell to continue the ordinance 2021-03 to second reading on January 26th with a change to the ordinance of making the first offense or first fee free, but for multiple violations, the staff bring back a recommendation of what to do when it's multiply violated multiple times.
And that fee, and the recommendation.
Right,
fee.
I said recommendation for their fee. Do we have that, city clerk? Okay.
We still need a
Do we-
second. And
correct.
I'm going to second it for discussion.
Okay, we have a second by Vice Mayor for discussion, please.
And the one question that I had for Commissioner McDowell is, do we have a time span on this, for the second offense? Let's say somebody had to lose their stuff and it got stored, and then they got back on track again, and then next year it happened again. I mean, they just hit on hard times once again. Would that second one automatically be finable, or could there be some lenience put into that? I mean, I'm just looking to see where you're looking at. You said second offense. It could be a long period of time, or can we set a time to where within a year it's multiple offenses?
Absolutely.
You know, that's all I'm looking at, because I'd hate to jam somebody up if they're really trying. But yeah, it happened twice, but we're looking at a year apart. You know, I'd like to be able to help as much as possible, and
And I
maybe,
agree with that. I wanted to leave it open so that staff could discuss it, and that's a great point, and I would hope that that would be part of their discussion when they bring it back for
okay, well,
second
that's,
reading.
that's what I wanted to look into, because they can bring that back or whatever, because I want it, I don't want it to be very strict and enforceable just because somebody made a mistake and they're already in this situation. I don't want to jam anybody up. I want to try and help them as much as possible.
And City Attorney, can we make that recommendation as part of the motion, or do you need a second amendment after we vote on this amendment?
We need your official action, so the motion would need to be amended. I'd also like to point out that if you want to add a specific fee in, that would require an amendment to the fee schedule, that would change the title block of the ordinance and would require publication. I don't know if we have enough time to get this published for second reading for January 26th with a change to the title block.
All right. If you don't mind, I want to jump in on this too. I don't know as we need to say second offense. I think we need to leave it open for the discretion of the police for that multiple flyer. So that takes in the time frame, because you may have somebody that twice a week, you know, they're taking things in because this person has no respect for anything that's public. You know, they're making it their own. And that's different than somebody who, you know, has an issue and then they straighten things up, and then 9 months, 10 months later, they have, you know, they're down on the luck again. And they're not doing it out of resentment. They're just down on their luck. Whereas some people, you know, I'm just going to do this, and there's no respect for the public property. So I would rather see it be flexible for them to be able to put a fee, you know, on the person who violates it repeatedly.
I totally agree, Mayor Luke. I think these kinds of decisions are best made close to the problem. And I'm really comfortable, having ridden with our HOT team, that they've built an understanding of our homeless community, and they are the folks in the best position to do what's fair and just in individual situations.
Yes, sir,
Could I just address some of those questions?
please.
I would recommend that the two things, that we retain most of the language as currently drafted, in that it takes into account somebody's ability to pay, because I know it's the police department's intent to utilize that to not charge anyone experiencing homelessness any fee. If we want to add in something to the effect that this only kicks in for second and subsequent offenses within a year, I think that's completely reasonable. And I think also, keep in mind, this is the authority to charge. It doesn't mean that law enforcement or the city will.
Right.
I think that it's the police department's intent to only consider this if it's an actor that has the ability to pay, as mentioned, and it's repeated offenses, and maybe where the city incurs a commercial storage fee. If the city is able to store the property in its own facilities, then it doesn't have to pass along any charge because it's using its existing facilities.
That's a great point.
So,
City Attorney, if we redo this motion, can we,
Amendment.
well, the motion is very specific, so I think maybe we probably need to redo the entire motion. So that, I think you're spot on. You're leaving the wording quite a much there, but then opening it up, you know, potentially to second or more within a year. Would that delay everything if we went about it that way that was suggested?
No, ma'am. Mr. Polzak's recommendation is easily doable and would not require additional advertisement and would not affect the ability for second reading on January 26th.
Because we're not
Okay.
actually imposing a fee at that point or having to change.
That's correct, Vice Mayor.
Right, we're just leaving the option open.
All right, because the other motion was so specific, I would feel better if that one were off the floor, and could you word it the way that He did?
I'm going to just change it up.
Move my second.
Okay.
And you'll remove your motion?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank
I'll
you.
remove
We
my
have that,
motion.
City Clerk? Here we go again.
All right, so I will make a motion to to continue ordinance number 2021-03 to second reading on January 26th with staff to address the concerns of fees and bring back appropriate language regarding the fee for first time and multiple offenses. That way then it's very vague and they can bring it back for discussion.
I got no problems with that. I'll second that.
Thank you. I will try to repeat this. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner McDowell, continuing ordinance 2021-3 to second reading on January 26, requesting that staff address the fee section with regard to multiple offenses, wording it within the structure that was discussed. Is that clear enough? City Clerk, is that between, okay, I couldn't write as fast as she talked. Commissioner McDowell, did I stay close enough to what you were saying? All
Yeah,
right.
I think city clerk captured the
Okay,
original.
and they can always
motion.
run it
Okay.
back to
Um,
Vice Mayor?
I'm good.
Okay, all right. So we have a Vice Mayor seconding the
Yes.
motion by Commissioner McDowell. Anything to that, Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, this one, if we were to have any of these ordinances, these past three ordinances, this one gives me the most concern because like city manager said, we are not in business to store people's property. That is not what we're here for. And I hope staff will keep very close tabs on this because once it starts to get abused and once the word gets out that we are going to do this, required by law, but I don't want it to be abused. I definitely don't want our taxpayers picking up storage fees for people that can't keep their stuff together and their property within themselves. So we'll have to pay close attention to this one. I'm concerned about this one. That's all, Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
No.
Commissioner Langdon, anything? You have anything?
Nothing
Okay.
additional, no.
The only comment that I'll have is the storage outside of ours. You worded it perfectly, so I want to make sure that if we have to use outside storage, that would fall on the violator, not the city. I think that makes a difference of whether it's ours or not. I like this, and I know we're not in the business of storage, but neither are we wanting our public locations cluttered so that a handicapped person or an elderly person, my mother is legally blind, she could trip over things, so we have to care for the safety of the entire citizenry. So thank you for bringing this forward. City Attorney, do you have anything?
Mayor, I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank Mr. Polzak for his work on these three ordinances. He has worked very effectively with our police department and with the city attorney's office to bring what I think is a very good quality work product for our city code. And he will be coming back, assuming all these ordinances are adopted at second reading, to provide training to the police department and the property inspectors on these
Wow.
ordinances. So he's been of great assistance. Thank you, Judge.
Thank
so
you.
very much.
Thank you, Commission. Thank you, City Attorney.
All right.
Mayor, before we move on to the next item, I do have a question that's similarly related to the topic at hand.
Okay, no problem. All right, with nothing else, let's go ahead and take our vote on ordinance 2021-03. That passes 4-0. Thank you very much. Thank you,
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner McDowell.
So we have an ongoing situation that is directly related, kind of unrelated, about private property where citizens allowing homeless to stay on their property. And I'm wondering if city attorney can give us an update as to when the camping ordinance and other things might be coming forward. And I'm sure that the gentleman is going to be helping us, I
But
assume.
we do not have any direction from the commission
No, we
related to
have
a
not
camping
had
ordinance.
direction yet.
Although I do have a requested meeting from the city manager's office regarding that. So I don't have a timeline for you because I don't know what the discussion will be. But if there is any revision to our camping ordinance, I would be seeking Mr. Polzak's assistance with that.
And I think it would behoove one commissioner to submit that agenda item for future.
And I will respectfully disagree because we did have a direction to have discussion on camping many, I want to say 2 or 3 years ago. And when we did have that discussion, it was pulled. So I will submit an agenda item for future discussion.
I
on that.
appreciate that because that discussion about parking or of camping came up within the parking. And so it definitely needs to be redone. So if you would do that for a future agenda item, I would
will
appreciate
do
it.
that by the end of business today or tomorrow, depending on how late this meeting goes. Thank you.
City manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Staff's been working on this issue. We've had meetings about this. We've reached out to the Department of Health. Staff, again, like the city attorney mentioned, staff's going to be meeting with her on January 19th. And it's our intent to bring back, let's see, trying to look at it, sometime in the next few meetings, the camping ordinance, just to have a discussion. But I mean, obviously, if we get an agenda item, we will march that timeline. But
And I will say, anything that involves outdoor sleeping is a very hot legal topic. You know, you had given direction, as the mayor mentioned on one of the previous items, for us to duplicate what some of our fellow local governments in the area have done, and we cannot because we cannot meet the legal standards to do so with respect to outdoor sleeping. So depending on what you want, there's going to be intense legal scrutiny of that, and that's why I've said that I would retain outside counsel, because we need the benefit of that expertise to make sure that we don't unwarily dance into, significant constitutional issues.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to address D, and then we'll break for lunch for half an hour. So let's go ahead and have a motion to read ordinance 2021-05 by title only.
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Vice Mayor, to have the ordinance read by title only. Please do so. City Clerk.
Good vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, we have to vote on that. It always feels so funny to vote to do that, and that passes 4-0. So City Clerk, please go ahead.
Ordinance number 2021-05, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, reorganizing Chapter 46 of the Code of the City of Northport, Florida, by moving and renumbering Section 46-89, entitled Curfew for Underage Persons and Parental Responsibilities, to appear as a new Section 46-19, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you very much. City Attorney, would you introduce
Thank you,
this,
Mayor.
please? Thank
This
you.
ordinance is very simple. So simple, in fact, that the title block that the clerk just read encompasses the entire action of the ordinance. This is no substantive change at all to the language in the city code. It is simply moving this language from one section to a different section. As we're trying to clean up this chapter, the 3 ordinances that you just heard, if they're adopted, will be adopted into the same chapter. While we were working that, we saw some need to clean up. We think we'll be bringing you additional cleanup for the remaining provisions in the chapter individually, because each is a separate topic. And this is our first cleanup for you.
Thank you very much. Commission comments or questions?
I'll make a motion.
Okay,
Public comment, Mayor? Do
Okay.
what's that?
we have public comment, Mayor?
I don't have any comment over here.
There is none.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Move to continue ordinance number 2021-05 to second reading on January 26, 2021.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor to continue ordinance 2021-5 to second reading on January 26, seconded by Commissioner Langdon. Anything to that? Then let's go ahead and take a vote. That passes 4-0. We are going to adjourn or take a break, for lunch. Let's come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
maintained in the city, as well as mowing all the right-of-ways, the vertical mowing to push back the impinging vegetation out of the right-of-ways. In that division, we also have the waterway crew that handles all of our aquatic spraying. We have 2 crews that go out in airboats that spray those waterways to keep the vegetation down. We also have crews that operate all our water control structures. We have 23 gated water control structures that facilitate the movement of the stormwater through the city during storm events, and even just our typical rainy season. Then we have our drainage section. It maintains all of our roadside swales, our retention ditches, and all of our pipe installs, our catch basin installs, anything that has to do with getting the water from the properties or the roadways into the secondary drainage, which is our retention ditches, and into our canals.
Our mission is to ensure the safety and health of our citizens through the proper and efficient collection and disposal of all solid waste. We collect over 30,000 residents here in the city. Garbage bulk, yard waste bulk, recycling, also metal. This year, we're probably going to do about 600 tons more of recyclable material over the last year. So that's pretty awesome. I'll tell you a little story. Myself, I've been here 18 years. And when I first started here at the Solid Waste Division, there was only about 15 people. And right now, we have grown, as the city grows, so have we. We're up to 39 people and employees. Yeah, it's pretty incredible. We also collect from our commercial accounts, collect dumpsters and roll-offs, and from businesses and organizations, and it's starting to really pick up also. We have about over 350 accounts right now, and some of those accounts go maybe 3, 4, 5 times a week. We get 3,300 service requests a month for bulk, garbage, and collection. We have some good people that work here, so really care about the community. Remember, if you have any questions at any time, you can always just give us a call at 941-240-8050. Give us a call, customer service. They'll gladly help you with any questions.
Many times, crisis can't be avoided. A family's car will accidentally break down while their electric bill is due. A health emergency will arise just as it's time to pay the rent. It's a reality that so many people face. What makes the City of Northport unique is that it offers a way to help. The City of Northport Social Services Division connects the public with valuable resources to improve their overall quality of life, especially in unexpected times of hardship. As part of the City Manager's Office, the Social Services Division's mission is to ensure the availability, awareness, and accessibility of programs and resources in the community, and to assist families and individuals while improving their overall quality of life. With 5 staff members, including a manager, 2 full-time caseworkers, a staff assistant 1, and a staff assistant 2, the Social Services Division assists Northport households experiencing a short-term, unavoidable crisis with financial assistance. Staff can assist with rent or mortgage, utilities, and more. In addition, staff will connect families and individuals with available community resources. The Social Services Division also oversees the City of Northport's Family Service Center and the Community Education Center, located on Pan American Boulevard. Both the Family Service Center and the Community Education Center house a variety of nonprofit and government agencies that provide aid to residents. Located on a campus that includes the Sarasota County Health Department and Children's First, this one-stop location offers a variety of resources that residents would otherwise have to travel outside the city to access. The offices of the Social Services Division are busy. Every Monday morning, Northport residents visit the Social Services Division for what is known as Pre-Screen Mondays. Clients can meet with a caseworker who gathers basic information about their current situation. From there, referrals and appointments are made to further assist the Northport household. In addition to assisting with rent, mortgage, or utilities, the Social Services Division also is an intake location for families and individuals experiencing homelessness. The division is a one-by-one coordinated intake access point. This is a system that has been created to identify eligible resources and connect clients with the appropriate assistance regarding their situation. Outside of their daily operations, the Social Services Division hosts events in the community designed to further connect the public with area resources. Every April, the division works with the Healthy Start of Sarasota County to host a community baby shower and preschool expo. This event features businesses and community agencies that offer information and services for parents of both toddlers and newborns. The division also hosts a back-to-school resource fair every August to provide school-aged children supplemental school supplies and backpacks. The fair features exhibitors that provide services for parents with school-aged children. During the holidays, Social Services hosts an annual Home for the Holidays program. This program has two parts, a senior giving tree and adopt and shop. In both cases, seniors and parents register with Social Services and are adopted by individuals, businesses, and organizations who help provide a holiday experience. Many city departments will adopt families or seniors through this program. Ask your supervisor how you can get involved. There are many other ways that you can help through the Social Services Division. City employees are invited to volunteer time or donate resources. Donations can come in the form of gift cards to gas stations or grocery stores. Monetary donations are also accepted. The Social Services Division and Northport Utilities work together to offer an H2O program in which monetary donations are used to assist Northport households to pay their Northport utilities bills. Social Services also works with Parks and Recreation to facilitate a youth scholarship program so that our local youth can participate in programs offered by the Parks and Recreation Department. The Social Services Division makes a difference in the lives of Northport residents every day through the services that they provide. If you or someone you know are in a short-term crisis and need assistance, contact the Social Services Division. They are here to help.
The Utilities Department is in charge of all water and wastewater services for the City of Northport. We currently serve 17,000 sewer customers and 22,000 water customers throughout the city. Utilities is comprised of 5 different divisions. We have our administration division, engineering, field operations, our water treatment plant, and our wastewater plant. Our administration division has 2 locations. One is the admin office and field office over on West Price Boulevard next to the high school. The other office is our cashiering and customer care office, and that is located on the 1st floor of City Hall. Our engineering division, they oversee all of the utilities projects, new development going in, infrastructure inspections, everything that the city has in the ground has to be located for new construction. Also in the field office on Price Boulevard is our field operations division. They are in charge of maintaining everything out in the distribution and the collection system. They're the ones that do all the new service installations. Anytime there is a break or a repair, they're the ones that respond to that. And we have field operations staff available and on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Our meter readers are part of our field operations division, and those meter readers read every single one of our 22,000 water meters every single month. Our wastewater treatment plant is located on Pan American Boulevard, and that plant basically treats all wastewater, sewer water throughout the city. And what we do there is we take all that incoming sewage and we treat it to produce reclaimed water. Reclaimed water is pumped out to several parks, city facilities, commercial customers, golf courses, and used for irrigation. So that way potable water is not used for those purposes. Our Myakkahatchee Creek water treatment plant is located on Northport Boulevard next to the skate park. And that facility is a conventional B-class surface water plant that also has a reverse osmosis treatment plant on the same site. Utilities is largely on the front lines when anything's happening within the city. If it's an emergency situation, it's generally utilities that are right in the thick of things, right behind fire. We provide a lot of support to fire. And in instances like Hurricane Irma, as soon as the roads were clear, utilities was right in the thick of things, making sure that we had sanitary sewer and water to be provided to our citizens in their time of need.
My name is Dominic Caravella. I'm actually the chief mechanic for the city of Northport for fleet. Well, we do every vehicle that the city owns. We do the entire city. So that includes your PD, fire, sanitation, public works, your building department, landscaping, because we do, lawnmowers as small as that all the way on up. Anything the city owns that has a motor on it, we do it here. I oversee the work out here in the shop. I just make sure it's flowing. If somebody has a problem or if they're running into something they're not familiar with, then the two of us would get together and try and figure it out and do the best we can and get it up and going. I started out when I was young, went to a trade school, graduated from there, and started off doing oil changes and things. Well, I was always interested in transmissions, and I became a transmission mechanic for many years. I came down here, I used to vacation down here. My mother-in-law lived here, my in-laws. And when we used to come down on vacation for 2 weeks, I sort of liked the area. I've got 3 kids. My daughter is a high school teacher at the high school here in Northport. My son's an officer for Northport. My wife works for Northport, and I work for Northport. And my youngest daughter is in nursing program. She's doing nursing. I got 2 pieces of fire equipment in here. Now, if we don't repair them or this or that, the fire department's without that equipment, so they can't service the general public. We have to get that thing running, get it fixed best we can, get it back to them, and then they put it in service for the public. It's incredibly important. I mean, all right, we'll take, for instance, that rescue, all right? We're gonna fix that rescue, we're gonna do what we can, right? You call, that rescue comes to your house, boom, somebody's having a heart attack. They throw them in that rescue, they take it. It better make it from point A to point B. So I have to make sure that everything is running as best as it possibly can. That's the matter of life and death. Same thing with an officer of the law. If that guy is running, he has to be able to hop in that car. He relies on that thing to start, drive, and perform like he wants it to. My job to keep it working that way so he can do his job. I can't speak for everybody in here. For me, it's the reward of knowing that that vehicle is repaired, it's back out there in the field, it's doing its job, that man's doing his job, so I feel like I did my job. It's just a gratification of doing the repair. I love my job. I mean, I wouldn't really, I can't see myself doing anything else. We have a hydraulic leak, so I gotta change a hydraulic line from the tank all the way up to the main control. So we gotta take it off. I gotta get a pan. Steve, can you grab one of them pans from over there, please? One of them drain pans? Thank you. We'll be making a hydraulic hose on our hydraulic machine. Let me get the operator to get his lunch bucket out of there. I need you to get your lunch bucket. I gotta lift the cab. I gotta get in the back, if you can. We got one of his main feed hydraulic hoses.
What happened to it?
It blew out. It actually had a hole in it and it was leaking. We're gonna make one right now. I'll show you how we do that. Where it goes through the clamps, a lot of times it'll rub and it rubbed through, so we get leak from it. So we're just gonna replace the whole thing, and we make them here. We have all the dies. So I just got to get the fittings from the parts department, and we're just going to make it. So we generate work orders, and then they issue all the parts for the vehicle to be repaired, and it basically goes on this work order. I'm going to need some hydraulic fittings. I'm making a hydraulic hose.
Okay, how many you need?
2.
You want to get those first, and then or you want me to go look first?
Yeah, let's see if that is the size. I believe it's 16 by 16, but I could be wrong. A part of this job is taking care of, roadside assistance, whether it be a hydraulic line, flat tire, dead battery, anything along those lines. Or sometimes the vehicles, the guys will get in them at the end to come in, and they don't want to start. So the heavy equipment operator now is calling, hey, my vehicle don't start. So we have to send a guy out, either throw a battery in or check out why it's not, why it won't run. It's not only a physical thing, it's a thinking thing. You got to be able to think these things through. Especially if you're on a call out and you're out in the field. Now there's, yeah, they can touch base, you can call in and get assistance, but a lot of times you got to be able to, you got to think on your feet, as they would say. That's the first step. Here comes my parts guy with my fittings. Thank you, Mike. You put the fitting on the end, 3.1. It could take some time. It depends on, like right here we're dealing with 1-inch line, but if you were to deal with bigger size line, it could take some time. Usually it takes about 20 minutes, a half hour, give or take. That's removing the part, making the line, and possibly putting it back on. And that's what it looks like. That's finished product. A lot of times I like to add sleeve. What this is, if that line should ever blow out and get a hydraulic leak, this restricts it. So instead of spraying, it's just going to ooze out of this outer liner. So it's a protective casing for the operator and whoever is nearby when it actually springs a leak. I said, if you're not a good climber, it's hard to get in some of these spots. We're testing the hose that I made, the hydraulic hose, making sure it isn't leaking, and all the functions on the truck work properly. When you get a chance and you build up air pressure, can you move it ahead some? When you run the can, because over there we got a... Okay, you're clear? Have a good day. That's how you do a hydraulic line.
Our mission statement is to provide exceptional public safety services in a safe, compassionate, and professional manner. All of our line personnel are highly trained, state of Florida certified firefighter, EMTs, and paramedics. We cover approximately 105 square miles of the city of Northport and 20 miles of interstate. Camaraderie is important because you start working as a group, you do it in training, and it all seems to come together when you get out on the fire ground, and you really need your partners. Everybody knows never to leave your partner, and they don't. They've been trained in it. We have 5 fire stations located throughout the city in various locations, and we are planning number 6 in West Villages area. We also have all of our fire stations are considered safe places and safe havens. Safe places are for youth who are at risk and are in need of help, and they can come walk into any fire station and get the help that they're looking for. Safe havens for newborns is a different program, different age group, where infants can be brought to a fire station without question. All of our fire stations now are hardened facilities so that we can stay in them during storms and everyone stays safe. So police departments is in there, utilities, public works, whoever we need to go out immediately after the storm, then they're there with us to go. A lot of questions that people ask are why we send an ambulance and a fire truck to an EMS call, and a lot of that is for manpower. There's a lot of things to do when somebody is having a cardiac incident, So we send the fire truck with them for the extra manpower and lifting assistance and extra help. The whole goal for fire rescue is everybody goes home safe.
Frank Lama, Solid Waste Manager for the City of Northport, back here again today with Let's Recycle Right Northport. Got a few items for you today. Last week we did notice in the tan lid container, shredded paper put in a plastic bag. Please, shredded paper does not belong in a plastic bag, okay? It belongs right here in a paper bag, please, and it belongs in a tan lid container. This right here, being in plastic, will be considered contamination and garbage. Let's talk about a candle, a glass candle. Yes, it is made of glass, but it is not recyclable right here in Northport. That's right, only glass jars and glass bottles are recyclable in the blue lid container. Let's also talk about the milk jug, water jug. Number 2, definitely recyclable, right? Here's the cap. If the cap is not attached, it will be garbage. So if you crush it down, put the cap on real nice and tight, this will make it through the process. This will be a number 2. Okay, so let's talk about the plastic ring. That's right, the plastic ring. This is a 12 holder. There have six holders out there. Please, this is not a recyclable material and needs to be placed inside your trash. So listen, put your comments below. We'll see you in a future video.
Makes me feel important that I'm doing something for the community. I like helping people and I love the work. We got 2.8 inches of rain last night. How I approach it is I got to release some of that water out that we got and get prepared for the next day because you know it's going to rain again. Like I've been draining these for the last 2 weeks between 16 and 20 inches every day below the wall. And that one little rain, look what it did. For being here so long, you get experience, you get the feel of the water, how the water flows and all that. So if you've done it long enough, you get the feel. I could do this in my sleep because I'm so used to doing it. Yeah, I've been working for the city for 20 years. I'm from North Hills, Pennsylvania. I came down here to help my dad out when I graduated from high school. I started looking for like a future place I can work, retirement, and something's gonna be helpful for me in the long run and help people out. So I put in an application for the city and they hired me, which was good, best thing that could ever happen. City's got 30 water control structures, 5 gated structures. I'm opening at least minimum 15 today. I got 3 kids, 2 boys and a daughter. And my oldest son gave me my first grandkid. He'll be 3. So I spent a lot of time with them. Because family's first. Oh, I'm a real sports fanatic, big hockey fan. Yeah, I was hoping my Penguins would win it this year, but I can't complain. They won the last 2 years. You can't win it all the time. Yesterday was 16 inches below. It's 10 inches above today. So what I'm doing here now is, when I open this one up, see how high it is? I'm draining it down. By the end of the day, this should be like 16 inches below the wall. And there's an R ditch here, and there's like outfalls that come in. Once you get to a certain level, you'll see the water coming into the canals. And then when I get done, I gotta log it on the computer. What I do is I write the time I was here, when I inspected it, what I did, the water level, and the height. This was like 20.4 this morning, and it's almost up to 21. Plus, the water that I'm bringing down raised it a little bit, but you see how it's pushing the water over fast? Each one controls a gate. If you put it on auto, it works on the computer. And then manual, this is for gate 2. If I wanted to close it, I hit the blue button, I hold it in until the gates can completely close. If I want to open it, I do vice versa, the other opposite. And there's one for each one. Oh, I love my job. I get to work with good people, and we can enjoy what we're doing when we're at work. That's how I was brought up by my dad. He was real caring about his work, and so was I. So like I do take it home. I look at the weather and everything, so I look at the bridge rating and all that. And that should be it. I'll just come back and clean them off.
Building Division is responsible for making sure that all the codes that the state has adopted in construction is adhered to. And basically what we do is we go and do our plan reviews when the customer brings a set of plans in that they want to construct a commercial project or a residential project. We'll review the plans to make sure that they comply with all amenable codes that the state has adopted. After we issue the permit, then we'll go out and do all the inspections to make sure that they're constructed according to the plans. We're responsible for the safe construction of all these buildings, and we look at all aspects of the construction, from footings, foundations, block walls, to roof construction, plumbing, mechanical, electrical, in both commercial and residential. So when we have a commercial project that comes in, we're looking at all aspects of that to make sure that it is a safe environment and it has to be designed to withstand the 160-mile-an-hour wind criteria that the state has mandated that we look at. Our job is life safety, is to making sure that the building is constructed in a safe manner that it will stand the hurricane's design wind loads that we have down here. And that's what our job is to make sure people are safe in their buildings, that they can walk into their building knowing that Northport has done the best possible job we can to make sure that their building is constructed in a manner that they feel safe in, they can go home in.
The Planning and Zoning Division is responsible for all development management of the City of Northport, large-scale commercial developments, residential developments. The City of Northport's Planning and Zoning Division is divided into two separate sections. One is the Strategic Planning Group, and the other is the Tactical Planning Group. The Strategic Planning Group is responsible for development management through the preparing and updating of our comprehensive plan, its amendments, all the annexations, and reviewing development of regional impacts and zoning applications. The Strategic Planning Group is also responsible for updating our demographics, population projections, and land use data through GIS, and also maintain our land use and zoning maps. The tactical side of the office is responsible for maintaining the Unified Land Development Code, ensuring all development proposals that are submitted to the city are consistent and in compliance with ULDC, all of our master plans, our pattern books, zoning requirements, and the city's comprehensive plan. Tactical Operations also helps coordinate all development proposals through the city departments, the division, and external agencies through our staff development review process, managing development's appearance, their architecture, traffic impacts, fiscal impacts, compliance to signage, landscape, and other development management requirements. We work closely with utilities, buildings, and public works. We also manage the environmental compliance issues on site development.
The Property Standards Division is what's otherwise known as code enforcement in other municipalities. We are located on the first floor of City Hall. Our job is to assure the health, safety, and welfare of our residents and insist in maintaining the community standards. We enforce the Unified Land Development Code, the Northport City Code, and the Florida Building Code. Northport City Code would be like grass and weeds. That's one of our major violations, especially in the summer. Unified Land Development Code would be like the number of vehicles on a property. Florida Building Code would be someone building something like a shed or something like that on the property without a permit. The purpose of code enforcement is to make sure that everything's safe in the communities, to make sure that everything's being built properly with the proper permits, to make sure that basically everything looks nice. If someone has an issue with a neighbor or a house that they drive by, they do have the option to contact Property Standards through phone, fax, or a North Report.
What's it like?
Undescribable. The only word I was using is Armageddon. Sheer loss, destruction, not just wood frame homes. These are concrete structures that are destroyed. Just the compassion that I am thankful that as a crew in Northport we could give them. I mean, if we weren't putting out fires or if we weren't finding people to save, it was simply giving them a hug. Helping them get some of the furniture out of their house, assisting them with a ladder to the second story because maybe the stairs were wiped out, climbing up in there and getting that little piece of home that they wanted back so badly and able to give it to them, and then just listen to their story and hear about their loss. Personal safety for my family. I will not ride out a storm again. I will not take that chance. If I see it coming up the Gulf towards our city, my family's gonna get out. Getting home is unbelievable. So thankful to be home, that my family is safe, to be back here, where the simple creature comforts are back at home, to have those things back and normal meals. Unbelievable what we saw there, the loss that we saw there and the destruction there.
Frank Lama, solid waste manager for the city of Northport. We're here today to talk about 3 recycling tips. The first one is plastic bags. Now, plastic bags are not accepted within our recycling program. Plastic bags are not accepted within our recycling program. So let's talk about some of the plastic bags. Grocery bags, okay, they're very important. We see them inside the blue lid container quite often. They need to be returned back to the grocery stores. And that would be your Publix, your Walmarts, your Targets. Please return them back there. Do not place recyclable items inside these bags. Tie them and place them in the blue lid tote. If it goes down to the processor, it is called contaminant. It's contaminated and they will not accept it. So please, keep the grocery bags outside. Now remember, it's not just grocery bags. Okay, we're talking about bread bags, lunch bags, big plastic
It is 1 o'clock and we are all back from lunch, so we will continue with this agenda. This is where we're going to swing off and go to the 3 petitions. So we'll go to 6I first, which is PLF 20-19159. This is quasi judicial. So we will get our quasi judicial sheets out. And this is concerning, and I apologize, is that Tortuga? Is that how you say the name? Tortuga. Tortuga subdivision final plat, and it is quasi judicial. Clerk, and I apologize, I was calling our public record recorder, deputy clerk. I promoted her. But Adrian takes care of our public records, but she does have experience on the dais, so thank you very much for helping us. We'll go ahead and have you swear people in. Thank you.
CC PLF-20-159, approved PLF-20-159, Tortuga subdivision final plat. Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
Thank you very much. At this point, we'll see if we have any ex parte. Commissioner McDowell, do you have any ex parte?
Yes, ma'am. I sent an email to interim city manager and city attorney regarding the dedication of easement. I have already forwarded to the city clerk for the record.
Okay. I have none myself. Vice Mayor?
I have none.
I have none.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point in time, we will have presentations. Applicant, you are first and you have 20 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Ty Grameau. I'm with Kimley Horn and Associates, and I have been sworn. I'm here before you for this application representing the applicant and property owners, Lennar Homes, and Thomas Ranch Land Partners Village I LLLP. This application before you is for a final plat of the Tortuga residential subdivision. It is located within Village B of the Welland Park overall community. Specifically, the project site is located north of US 41, west of North River Road, and just east of the existing Oasis residential community. Property is approximately 39 acres in size and will include 111 single-family detached lots, along with private roads, stormwater, and common areas that will be owned and maintained by the HOA that is being set up. This project went before the PZAB on December 3rd, I believe. And we have our bond for public improvements on file with the city currently. If there's any other questions or anything that we can expound on, we'll be happy to answer them for you. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. City staff, you have 20 minutes also.
Good afternoon, Commission. Allison Christie with Planning and Zoning, and I have been sworn. I'll be brief, it won't be 20 minutes. So this plot before you is for 111 single-family lots and the associated roadways, stormwater, and utility tracts and easements. The total site is approximately 39 acres. The infrastructure and subdivision plans have been approved for this by city staff. We do have a bond on record. The plot has been reviewed and approved by the city surveyor. And the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board heard this item at their December 3rd meeting and voted unanimously to recommend approval. Thank you.
No, that was not 20 minutes. Thank you. Do we have any aggrieved parties?
No, ma'am, we do not.
Thank you very much. With that, we can have rebuttal. Applicant, do you have any rebuttal?
We have no rebuttal.
City staff, do you have any rebuttal?
Staff has no rebuttal.
All right, thank you. Do we have public comment?
There is none.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll open it up for commissioners for any questions. I'm not seeing any lights on. So any closing arguments? We will start with city staff. Do you have any? Well, I just saw a light come on. Hold up a second. Commissioner McDowell.
That was to make a motion when they're ready.
Oh, thank you. All right. Do you have any closing arguments, city
Staff
staff?
has no closing arguments.
Applicant.
Applicant has no closing arguments.
Thank you very much. So I'm ready for that motion.
I make a motion to grant approval of PLF-20-159, referred to as Tortuga Subdivision Final Plat.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner McDowell to approve PLF 20-159 and seconded by Vice Mayor. Anything to that, either of you? All right, we will cast the vote then, please. That passes 4-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Staff, thank you for. All right, we will go on to the second petition, J, which is DMA 20-142. This is in Cedar Grove, 2A, 2B, and 2C Master Development or Development Master Plan Amendment. This is also quasi judicial. So clerk, would you announce and swear in, please?
Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
Thank you very much. Ex parte disclosures, Commissioner McDowell.
None.
None here, Vice Mayor?
None.
Okay, thank you very much. Time for presentations. We will allow the applicant to come up. You have 20 minutes. If you'll state your name and that you've been sworn to start us off, please. Disappeared.
All right. Allison, you might want to, there we go.
Got it.
Yeah, I don't want to start pulling stuff out I'm not supposed to.
Go! I thought it was going to be a puppet show or
Like
something.
Yeah, I know.
Hello.
It's my way of avoiding public speaking. All right, let's see.
Or break the ice, whichever way.
I know, right? All right, almost there. Good. Good morning. My name is Strickland Smith. I'm with Height Design, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
I'm here today with our lighting design consultant, Dan Doyle of Trebilcock Consulting, and we're representing Centex Homes in this petition. We are requesting an amendment to the Development Master Plan for Cedar Grove 2A, 2B, and 2C for a waiver from the lighting requirements for sidewalks as listed in section 37-50.A6 of the ULDC. Specifically, the ULDC requires a minimum of 0.5 foot candles of illumination across the sidewalks in front of the homes. In lieu of this requirement, we propose to provide an average of 0.4 foot candles across the sidewalks. The reason for this request is to create a subdivision lighting design that is consistent with Phase 1 of Cedar Grove, is more consistent with lighting design standards in other jurisdictions, and will result in lower costs for future residents while not sacrificing safety. Section 37-50A6 requires a minimum of 0.5 foot candles for sidewalks along home fronts. This specification quantifies the amount of light required to shine on the sidewalks throughout the subdivision. We are of the opinion that because this is listed as a minimum requirement, the resulting design has an excessive number of streetlights when compared to the adjacent Phase 1 subdivision and when compared to lighting design standards in other local municipalities. For example, surrounding counties like Hillsborough, Manatee, Lee, and Collier have no photometric design requirements for local streets. As a result, lighting plans in these municipalities are developed using a more common approach to streetlight design known as area lighting design. In this approach, light pole locations are strategically placed to illuminate points of concern like intersections, cul-de-sacs, curves, etc., and to maintain an average number of foot candles across the road and sidewalks as opposed to a minimum across the sidewalks as required by the ULDC. In the case of Cedar Grove, we are requesting a design standard of an average of 0.4 foot candles across the roads and sidewalks, which can be achieved with an area lighting design. We've created a few exhibits to demonstrate the difference between the code requirements and the area lighting design approach.
Roll that. Okay, thank you.
There it is. A little small, but I think you'll get the point. This is an aerial view of Cedar Grove Phase 1. The red circles show the location of the light poles in the community. This gives you a feel for the spacing and density of the lights within the subdivision. When we count the lots and the lights in Phase 1, there are 132 homes and 20 streetlights. This is a ratio of 6.6 homes, more specifically the sidewalks in front of those homes, illuminated by every streetlight. This next exhibit shows the lighting design for Phase 2A and 2B of Cedar Grove based on the ULDC requirements. This is just west and north of Phase 1 that you just saw. Without counting, you can intuitively tell there are many more streetlights for the number of units in this subdivision. When you do the math, there are 217 lots and 101 streetlights, which is a ratio of 2.1 homes per light. So a significantly higher number of lights compared to the 6.6 homes per light in Phase 1. Lastly, we prepared an exhibit showing an area lighting design for Phase 2A and 2B. Visually, you can see there are fewer lights required, and it looks and feels much more like the Phase 1 design. In fact, there are 34 lights for the 217 lots, which is a ratio of 6.4 homes per light. This is consistent with the 6.6 homes per light demonstrated for Phase 1. Compared to the ULDC design, 34 lights is a threefold reduction in the number of lights, and therefore a threefold reduction in the leasing and maintenance costs for those lights. In conclusion, we are requesting this waiver because we believe it results in a more desirable design for the following reasons. One, the design provides for pedestrian safety by lighting the critical areas of concern, like intersections, cul-de-sacs, and curves. The design results in fewer lights for the community and therefore making it more compatible with the existing neighborhood. Fewer lights in the community result in lower costs to the HOA for leasing and maintaining the lights in the future. And the design is more compatible with industry standards and illumination requirements in adjacent municipalities. City staff has recommended approval of our request, and the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board has also recommended approval. We respectfully ask the Commission to provide final approval of our request today. With this, we conclude our presentation, and Mr. Doyle and I are here for questions if you have.
Thank you very much. City staff, you have 20 minutes.
Again, I'll be brief, so I'm not repetitive, but good afternoon, Allison with the Planning and Zoning Division, and I have been sworn. So the petition before you today is to amend the Development Master Plan for Cedar Grove Phases 2A, 2B, to C to request a waiver. This waiver is specifically for the lighting requirements for sidewalks. The ULDC currently requires a minimum of 0.9 for sidewalks generally and 0.5 foot candles for sidewalks along home fronts. So this waiver request is to allow for an average of 0.4 foot candles rather than the minimum of 0.5 currently required. Staff is supportive of this waiver request for a couple different reasons. It is consistent with what's currently in phase 1 of the community. So for the residents, we feel that that would be beneficial to them to have a sense of consistency. The light it provides is also still enough for pedestrian safety. And the Public Works Engineering Division has reviewed it and supports it as well. And that concludes my presentation.
Hey, do we have any aggrieved parties? No? We do not have any aggrieved parties. So rebuttal, city staff, or applicant, I'm sorry. Do you have any rebuttal?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you, sir. City staff, anybody, any rebuttal?
Staff has no rebuttal.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any public comment?
There is none.
Thank you very much. All right, questions from commission. Commissioner McDowell.
Mayor, I only have one, possibly two, depending on the answer.
Okay.
The first picture that the applicant had put up that showed, I think it was 2A, you said, was that approved without an amendment? Or was that approved with a waiver to begin with at the DMP process?
That's a good question. And I don't know that I have an answer for that. That phase was developed prior to my involvement in Cedar Grove. I have some speculation on what may have happened, but it would only be speculation.
Okay.
But there was no waiver requested for that specifically.
So staff, maybe you know the answer because it's considerably less than what code requires. So how did that phase get approved considerably less than the ULDC requirements?
Staff tried to go back in the records and find the approvals and how it was approved. It was several years ago, and we couldn't find anything. As the applicant stated, there wasn't a waiver. We found no evidence of a waiver, so I'm not sure.
Thank you. That's
Yes.
all.
Okay, that's all. Because from the minimum, there's only a 0.01 difference in the candlelight. They're requesting the 0.04. Our minimum is 0.05 in front of houses. So could be it was established different back when that first portion was put in place.
I would like to note it's an average. They're requesting an average of 0.4 rather than a minimum, so it can be less than 0.4 in certain places.
Okay. And don't you also, you're going to be addressing this in our ULDC also, correct?
That is correct. We're looking at updating these standards.
Thank you. Vice Mayor or Commissioner Langdon, anything?
No.
Okay. Closing arguments, city staff.
Staff has no closing arguments.
Applicant?
I have no closing arguments.
All right, well then I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve petition number DMA-20-142 as presented.
Is 142 or 143?
Oh, I'm sorry, 143. My eyes slipped. Thank you.
We're at 142.
It is
Oh,
142.
okay, thank you. I was looking down
Where's
at the
that?
bottom. Thank you. We are on DMA 20-142. So you were correct, Commissioner Langdon. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Langdon to approve petition number DMA 20-142 as presented and seconded by the Vice Mayor. Anything to that, Commissioner Langdon?
Nothing. Thank you.
Vice Mayor? No, ma'am. Commissioner McDowell?
Now, the only thing I would like to add is that until the ULDC gets approved, any DMPs or plats or anything that come before us, I would hope that we don't have the applicants go through the cost, expense, time to bring back a DMA for lighting, that it is addressed at the DMP time automatically. And I don't know if you need a motion for that. We'll wait until the end of this particular item to address that. But thank you.
All right, with that, let's go ahead and vote. That passes 4-0, so DMA 20-142 has been approved. Thank you very much. She does bring up a valid point. Was this even known at that initial meeting that the lighting was going to have to be addressed?
When this DMP first came in a couple years ago?
Right. Probably not.
No.
Okay, so that's why it had to come forward as a variance. All right, thank you very much. All right, we will move on to DMA 20-143, which is the Cypress Falls Phase 2E, a development master plan amendment. And this is also quasi-judicial. Clerk, would you swear in those willing to give testimony?
Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you very much. Ex parte, Commissioner McDowell?
None.
None here, Vice
None.
Mayor?
None.
All right, thank you very much. Presentation applicant, you have 20 minutes. If you state your name and that you've been sworn, please.
Yes, my name is Strickland Smith, and I have been sworn. This is the same exact presentation as I just gave, same exact reasons, same exact justification. So in the interest of time, I can give that presentation. It's going to be very repetitive, or it's basically the same request, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you.
Hopefully, we don't have anybody up here with short-term memory loss, so.
It was awesome the first time around.
I wouldn't blame you if you did. I'm right there with you.
Hey,
All right,
thank you. City staff, you also have 20 minutes.
Allison Christie, I have been sworn. Same thing. It would be repetitive, but I can go into it if you'd like.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Do we have any aggrieved party in this one? We have no aggrieved party. Rebuttal applicant? Do you have any rebuttal?
I do not.
And city staff, anybody, or any rebuttal?
Staff has no rebuttal.
Right? Public comment, do we have any?
There is none.
Thank you very much. This is the time for commission comments. Commissioner McDowell, your light's on.
Yeah. I remember just recently we had approved Cedar Falls.
Cypress Falls?
Cypress Falls, sorry.
Yeah, they're very similar names.
Yeah. We had recently approved it, and I'm wondering, again, kind of the same question I had before, why wasn't this addressed at that time? Because it's only been less than a year.
Yes, so I can speak to that. The original DMA for both of these projects was done back in 2004, 2005. So the original establishment for Cedar Grove and Cypress Falls, because you know that community goes back years. We came back in a year and a half or so ago for both those projects. At the time, the reason for the revision was because we redid the layouts a little bit. We shifted some lots around. It looked a little different. And at the time, it seemed like a pretty straightforward, hey, let's get this done. So when the construction plans come in, the subdivision plans come in, it'll all match and it'll all make sense. And it was kind of almost a bookkeeping exercise. Then we get into the design and get into the lighting design. And we've had discussions with staff about the lighting design, and so have other consultants. And staff, to their credit, is considering it because you can see it does result in an over-design for subdivisions. So that's why it wasn't addressed back then, because we really weren't aware of it at that time. So.
Gotcha. Answered my question. Thank you.
Both of them too, huh? All right, questions out of the way. I'll ask for closing arguments. So city staff, do you have any?
Staff has no closing arguments.
Thank you. Closing arguments from applicant?
No closing arguments, just to say thank you for hearing our petition this morning, and thank you also for bumping us up on the agenda a little bit. I do appreciate that.
No problem. Thank you, sir. All right, I will entertain a motion. Commissioner McDowell?
Make a motion to approve DMA-20-143 as presented.
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner McDowell to approve petition number DMA 20-143, seconded by Vice Mayor. Anything to that?
Nope.
Let's go ahead and vote. That passes 4-0. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Wish you the best on your project.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Back to my comment that I made during the Cedar Grove one, seeing that the ULDC is still being worked on and it's not approved, and I know staff has made the recommendation that they would like to revisit the lighting criteria in our code.
Right.
Can we make it easier for staff and the applicants, instead of coming back with a DMA, to just do it at the time of DMP as part of the automatic waiver process, so that way then they're not expending funds, time, money, and resources, same with staff? I mean, does that seem something?
Let me get some additional input from the division manager as well as from Allison.
Mayor, are we still on the quasi judicial item?
It's finished.
It's finished.
I would suggest that this be put on a later agenda so it be properly publicly noticed.
Okay, for a final answer, can it be just briefly discussed before going into detail? Because she may be able to answer. Or should we go with a further discussion at a
If you're
later
looking to
time?
provide direction on a code change, I
No,
believe
no.
that should be an agenda item.
No, I'm not asking for code change because I know that's coming with ULDC. I'm asking for staff to look at it at DMP and have it, everything addressed so that it comes back to us in totality instead of doing DMP and then DMA. That's where I'm going, but if you feel we need to do an agenda item, I'll be happy to do that.
Anything that's not an agenda item deprives the public of the
No
ability
problem.
to.
I'll create an agenda item,
participate.
thank you.
All right, thank
I
you.
thought
for-
because it was related, unrelated, that I could have the discussion. So thank you, City Attorney, for keeping us straight.
Appreciate the clarification. Staff, applicant, thank you very much. All right, now we will go back to 6E. And that is ordinance number 2021-04, amending the code in the city of Northport, Chapter 3, Article 1. May I have a motion to have the clerk read this by title only, please?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to read by title only by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Anything to that? If not, go ahead and vote. They're going. That passes 4-0. So clerk, would you read by ordinance on title only, please?
Ordinance number 2021-04, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the Code of the City of Northport, Florida, Chapter 3, Article 1, Economic Development Ad valorem Tax Exemption, to renew the city's authority to grant exemptions consistent with the results of the November 2020 referendum, and to make consistent with Florida law, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you very much. City Attorney, would you introduce this item? Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. The Florida statutes allow the city commission to grant an ad valorem tax exemption. That means a property tax exemption on the basis of economic development, provided that the electorate allows it to do so. And it may only be approved for a 10-year period. The city previously had this approved, and it was valid up until August 2020. It went on the November 2020 referendum and passed, so the commission is again empowered to do so. However, our city code was a little bit behind. It listed the old dates from the previous authorization, and also some additional cleanup was needed in this section. So this ordinance was initiated by my office to update our code in compliance with the recent referendum, and to also make it more consistent with state law and to do a little bit of cleanup.
I appreciate that. We are open for questions, so Commissioner McDowell.
So I think they're easy peasy questions, and first one is on line, gosh, I hope it's correct, line 43.
I don't know, you're still in that chair.
Yeah. Supervisor of Elections certified the referendum results on November 13th. Should we add that the commission accepted those results on the 14th? Because part of our duties is to accept those certification process, as part of the certification process.
I don't believe it's necessary legally. If you want to add it, there's no harm in adding that language.
Okay. Not legally required or charter or anything?
There's no legal benefit to having the language there. It doesn't hurt anything either.
Okay. Well, if it doesn't hurt anything, I don't know. That's something the body will have to decide. So then I'm going to skip right over to line 330. It says that the annual report for those that do take advantage of this ad valorem tax exemption, an annual report is required, and a copy of that report is, I guess, provided to staff. But then when you go into the very next item on line 332, it says the commission can revoke. Well, if we, the commission, are not informed that based on these reports, how can we even have discussion about revocation? So I would think it would be in our best interest to have the city manager also send us a copy of that report. So that way then any commissioner on the dais can review it to bring forward a possible revocation of the ad valorem tax exemption. So those are something that I was, that's not really a question, it's more of a discussion item.
To open that discussion further with all of the rest of them, I am not seeing where that report only goes to staff. I would assume that the
Line 332, it says annual renewal statement and annual report to the city manager on or before March 1st of each year.
on my 332, should any new business or expansion of an existing business fall to timely file the annual renewal statement and annual report with the commission.
Mayor, you're right. I think she misspoke. It's line 322.
Oh, did I say the wrong numbers? I'm sorry. Not again.
Okay, it is up on that one. Further discussion with all commissioners. Do we want to add that the annual report go to the city manager and the city manager forward it to the commissioners after he receives it?
I got no problems with that.
Would that solve it?
Yeah, because if, I go back to what I had said, if the commission is the only one that can revoke the ad valorem exemption, if we don't know that they're not fulfilling the obligations, how are we going to be able to revoke?
But to me, it's a check and balance because we don't always get to see, and we have to trust on staff to come tell us if somebody's not fulfilling something. So this would be a check and a balance. I would rather still see it go to the city manager first, that's his staff, and then he forward that report to the city commission. Okay, thank you.
Can we get a consensus, Mayor, on that? So that
Well,
way
I
then we have
I
it-
do have my light on.
Oh, we're not done yet. So we're just going to get a consensus of whether we would like that added in. Do you?
No, I don't want that added in. I think that we should allow city staff to police the annual reports, and if someone is not performing, to bring that to the commission for revocation.
Can I speak to that, Mayor?
Certainly.
And I would tend to agree with you, absolutely 100%. And here's why I bring hesitation and pause. not always is there a good working relationship between city manager and commission. And possibly city manager may have a friendly relationship with that business and not cause a revocation of that ad valorem tax. So this, as to what Mayor had pointed out, is a checks and balance. So if I do not get the consensus, I will make amendment at that time and see what the majority rule is. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'm listening to both sides of this. I agree with Commissioner Langdon, but I also agree with Commissioner McDowell. And I do believe that we do need to have the checks and balances. I probably wouldn't have gone with the relationships between the city manager and the businesses, but I would have just liked possibly maybe the report coming in that are not holding up to their end. Not every single report, but if they're not holding up to their end, then it should be brought to the commission. So I can see both sides of this fence. So
Well, to me, this is just an annual report.
only an annual
And it's
Right.
something
And it's
that,
just the forwarding of a report. I understand
exactly,
that.
and it's something that we approved. And so I like to check up on the work that I did, and it is a check and a balance to what is going on. I don't see any harm in that. I remember, and I know it sounds harsh saying there might not be a good relationship between people, but I recall Commissioner Carazone talking about that very thing going on within the city. So though it sounds ugly, I will always go for check and balances. And somebody might see something that somebody else doesn't. So I am in favor of that yearly report just being forwarded after it goes to the city manager, being forwarded to commission for them to dot their i's and cross their t's. And
That's all I had, Mayor. That was
okay,
the only concern.
do you agree to the consensus?
I absolutely agree to the
Okay.
consensus, but we don't
Let me
have it.
ask-
It's not unanimous, ma'am, so we'll have to do it as an amendment.
Well, let me, after all the discussion, do you agree to the consensus at this point?
No, I don't.
You still don't? Okay. We will, you have to bring that up then. Thank you. And that was all of your questions?
That was it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions?
I have my light on. I
Commissioner-
do have some questions. It's under section 3-43 definition of terms, 106, 107, 109.
Do you have a line number?
That 106, 107, 109.
Thank you.
And I just have some confusion around when is a firm or a partner an applicant or a business, because under the applicant definition, we have firm, partnership is crossed out, but then under business, we have firm again, and now partnership appears as a business. So I'm a little confused as to why firm would apply in both instances. And then again on line 210, again, partnership is removed from the application. So I'm just kind of confused as to why that is.
That's a good catch, Commissioner Langdon. Partnership was removed because it is not in the state statute. The definition of applicant was modified to mirror that of state statute, and it might be perhaps that we missed that in the definition of business. I'd have to go back and look to make sure, and we can do that as part of a Scrivener's error review.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm all set.
Okay, so we do have a Scrivener error in line 109 that will be addressed, removing partnership from that definition of business.
I'll have to verify, but I think that's probably correct.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other questions? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor,
Okay,
to continue ordinance number 2021-04 to second reading on January 26th. And
okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Vice Mayor, to continue ordinance number 2021-04 to second reading on January 26th. Anything to that?
no, ma'am, I do want to make an amendment.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to
Vice
make it.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Vice
No, I
Mayor?
didn't have anything.
Okay. All right, go ahead with your amendment.
not knowing exactly where it would be inserted, I would like to have staff, I'd like to make an amendment to have staff add that the city manager will send a copy of the annual report to the commission for review.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, there was an amendment made on the floor asking that the city manager, that it be added, the wording be added, that the city manager would forward the annual report to the commission once a year, seconded by Vice Mayor. All right, anything to that?
No, ma'am, I think I spoke during the.
That, Vice
No,
Mayor?
ma'am.
Okay. With that, we will vote on,
Is there a discussion on that motion?
if you want to.
Yeah, I
comment
do
on
have
it.
a point. And that is when we get the annual report, will we also have some type of advice from staff under what condition the ad valorem exception was approved? What category they're in? Because there's a category of 10 employees or less, and then 25 employees. Will there be some advice in terms of what level their exception was approved at? So if I'm looking at an annual report and someone has 20 employees, it's important for me to know if they're overperforming because the exemption was approved at 10 employees, or whether they're underperforming because their exemption was approved at 25 employees.
I would venture to say a report would have to state how they
How they-
received, how they received that exception. To my knowledge, we have not had a report given to us because we haven't exercised this at this point.
I mean, the typical annual report would not include that information.
Well,
I
would.
can speak to that.
Go ahead,
Great,
please.
The contents of the report are addressed at line 237. Say the report must include the actual number of new full-time jobs created and their actual average wage. Any ad valorem exemption will be approved by the commission by ordinance, and there will also be an agreement put in place, so there will be documentation of those, of that arrangement that you could access. Now, you could also ask the city manager to provide you a summary so that you yourself don't have to go access the documentation. And it would make sense that a comprehensive report would also mention those metrics, but I don't think they're required to mention what they were granted, just required to report back what they've delivered.
Right.
Anything else?
If it's the direction of the commission to provide you a summary, to give you the baseline, what's in the agreement versus what's been delivered, we can do that. If y'all give us direction to that effect, we will accommodate. I don't think we're going to have a whole lot of these, so I don't think it'll be that overtaxing.
Please weigh in.
I think just receiving the annual report to the commission, each commissioner is going to get that annual report. If a specific commissioner wants to meet with staff with follow-up questions, that is their prerogative anyways. We don't need to include that in this motion, in this amendment. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible so that when city manager receives the annual report, he might review it, he might not, he just might hit forward to commission because that is required. Then it is our responsibility as individual commissioners to take it to the next level if we choose. I don't want to create additional work for staff.
Well, and that's the reason why I would want to know, either in the report or in a staff report, nothing laborious, but just under what condition was their exemption allowed. I can envision 5 commissioners running to staff asking the same questions. So it's a simple little metric. If it's in an executive summary, if the applicant is required to include that metric in the executive summary, I'm fine with that. But I just don't want to have 5 commissioners running to staff asking if the performance level reported in the annual report is consistent with the requirement under which their exemption was approved.
What I have found also too is our city manager, once one commissioner even asks a question like that, he responds and lets all commissioners have the same information. So he may do it also. We have the manager of our Economic Development Department just walked in.
I think she flew down those stairs.
We'll let her have a little leeway of discussion with city manager.
Our Mel Thomas, our economic development manager, says that the information is audited.
That's what I thought.
So
Okay, so it
if
would.
that gives you any additional level of comfort.
And that is the way I see it on the county level. That's why I said to start with, it does, the report does state that type of stuff. Ms. Thomas, would you like to state something?
No, this is Mel Thomas for the record, and I don't have anything more, but I do want you to understand that these are kept in auditable form. The request that comes to you for an ad valorem tracks both in time and in net employee base.
Correct.
What's happening at any given moment. And so you have a pretty good snapshot. There's smart forms at the county level. I'm sure we can adopt that situation here if we ever get one. But they are rare. We don't do them often.
Thank you very much. Does that give everybody comfort in
Before you
that?
take the vote on this,
Yes, ma'am.
City Attorney, could you please weigh in between lines 327 and 339? Because the last sentence says, "The report shall be prepared in a substantially a form to be adopted by resolution." Is that saying what we are talking about, that the city manager receives a report and then we have to adopt that annual report by resolution?
Where are you seeing this?
Line 330?
It looks like what the city is required to do is to adopt kind of a template for the report so the applicants will know how to report back. I do not know if that has been done previously, since this is not a new provision in the ordinance or in the code.
Okay, I'll keep my amendment on the floor as stated.
Okay, thank you. City manager?
That may be an opportune time to kind of make sure that the form and the structure of the report meets the needs of the commission, and you can make sure that, or you can require that the baseline upon which the agreement was entered into is stated, and then the actual performance, whether above or below that baseline or that expectation, is then compared against.
I appreciate that. My apologies for assuming that it was more or less in place, because I do deal with the county level and I know they have those things, and I thought, well, maybe we had it here too, and obviously we don't. It's part of that processes and procedures that we lack and we're behind in. So that is what needs to have a resolution with it, correct? And that will come forward at a later point in time?
We'll need to verify if there has been one adopted. My guess is that it wasn't.
Exactly.
We haven't had it.
Then yes, ma'am.
We haven't had a need.
I am guessing no, because we've never had one come forward, so if we didn't need it, we probably didn't do it.
I'd like to get a lot of these, actually, so.
To get it done, I know, to get it addressed.
Definitely want to be ready, right?
Exactly. All right, so after that discussion, thank you for the discussion, everyone. I think we have arrived at a very good place on this. So we have an amendment before us to have the annual report forwarded to the commission by the city manager at the annual report. So let's vote for that one. Drum roll. The city clerk, do you have it visible? Would you tell us? There it is. That passes unanimously 4-0. So now we're on to the main motion.
Before we take the main motion, Do we want to give staff direction to come back with that resolution within 6 months? That way then we have it, it's done, it's ready to go. Should we have any?
Well, I think we'd be better off to letting them proceed as their departments. They're trying to work through some other things right now too, so they know they have to have it done, so.
So did they
Personally,
10 years
myself,
ago?
Personally, myself, but we have different staff in at this point in time. Do you guys want to put a time to it, or?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so on to the main motion as amended. And that motion as amended passes 4-0 also. Thank you. I saw that flash where it changed, so you do have it as unanimous. Okay, thank you very much. All right, on to F. This is ordinance number 2021-10. And of course, I'm going to need a motion so that she can read it by title only.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to read by title only by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Langdon. Let's go ahead and take the vote. And that's 4-0.
Thank you, Mel.
Go ahead, City Clerk.
Ordinance number 2021-10, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the non-district budget for fiscal year 2020-21 by transferring $473,500 from the general fund balance for operation of parks, recruitment of city manager and maintenance van, and increasing the revenues in the self-insurance medical fund by $38,170, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. Interim City Manager.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll let
I'm going to ask Kim Farrell, our Finance Director, to come up if you have additional questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Again, Kim Farrell, Finance Director. This item is a request for a budget amendment. We are asking that you approve this and move it to second reading on January 26th. What this request does is ask for an additional $473,500 in additional spending authority in the general fund. Within that, it would fund the parks transition that's in connection with the interlocal agreement at $412,490. Details of which are found, there is all salaries and operating items that are found in the attachments. Also, within that $473,000 is $45,000 for recruiting a firm to conduct the city manager search. And then there's also $16,010 that is the additional funding needed to replace a transit van that was totaled, and that is net of the insurance proceeds. They need an additional $16,000 to replace that vehicle. The change in the health insurance fund is not a fund balance impact. That one only increases the revenues and the expenses by $38,170. And that's the amount in connection with the new employees that will be added in the parks transition. You know, as you know, we're self-insured, so that money will be paid from Parks and Rec, and the health insurance costs go into the self-insurance fund for payment of potential claims. And with that, are there any questions on any?
Thank you, Ms. Farrell. Commissioner McDowell, your light's on. You'll start the questions off, please.
I'll ask again if another commissioner wants to go first. I'll gladly yield the floor.
I had one question and it was just answered, so I'm good to go.
So, City Manager, outside of the $45,000 for this executive search that is being put in this budget amendment, how much can we expect the city to expend for the applicants to come to the city, to interview with the city, to possibly view? We don't know what parameters are going to be in place, but what are the other unspoken expenses that are monetarily connected for a search, an executive search?
Typically, probably expect to spend $1,200 to $1,500 per candidate if they're out of state, to fly them in here, put them up, room and board. If you choose consultant out of state, you may have that same issue. So you're probably looking at, let's say on the conservative side of things, say y'all choose 5 candidates times 1,200 plus the consultant, so that'd be six times 1,200, so that's $7,200 as a guesstimate.
Thank you.
Are there any other funding options instead of using fund balance?
Sure. I
Because-
mean, you can wait till later in the year, and you can go, a line item, there's nothing wrong with a line item going negative as long as the fund balance, as long as the particular department doesn't go negative or that particular category doesn't go negative. I mean, but finance director can correct me if I misspeak. And then you can adjust it later. But, this is, we wanted to kind of stay current and not let things get too built up over time. So, but by all means, if you've got some additional ideas.
Yeah, that was absolutely correct. You could allow that line in the city manager's cost center to go negative because at some point during the year, there's going to be vacancies in general fund departments that would not utilize their full budget, if that makes sense. So police and fire will have some vacancies that there's savings there by the end of the year that you could transfer to the city manager's cost center to cover it.
But isn't there savings already? Because the city manager is not there. We haven't had city manager expenses with.
True, but we did pay out $141,000.
We've been
Well,
paying
that's true,
someone
too.
as a city manager the whole time, so there is no savings. In addition to, we've paid one out. So it's almost as if there's
Kind of a wash.
expenses for two. And in addition, for a short period of time, we had an interim that was normally funded in a different fund, funded in the general fund, if that makes sense. It would be a small amount because it was a short period of time. But previously, the first interim was normally funded out of road and drainage. And with putting them as interim in city manager role, that means now they're funded out of general fund for that short period of time. And there are a number of costs that we've had.
But that's not even the big one. The big one is, the substantial
Yeah.
Yeah.
payout.
Right. Anything else, Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah. Go ahead with yours.
Vice Mayor?
The only thing I'm looking at is, I understand how the numbers work and stuff, but I think we wanted to get this process moving and going forward to look at what we're trying to build this city with. And I think that we need to move forward and be prepared. Let's go ahead and do the search. Let's get the applicants in. Let's see how things are going. Mr. Yarborough's doing a fantastic job thus far, but I don't want to overburden him either. So I just think the process needs to go forward.
Thank you, sir. Do you have anything, Commissioner Langdon?
No.
Okay. I'm in agreement with what you're doing. I'm in agreement with the way that it's proceeding because those savings later on go back to that anyhow. We don't have the finalized numbers for last year. We have approximates. It's not been finalized. The overage that we have right now, we continue to have that 20% in, and we have even a little bit more overage than what we planned on at the budget time. So by the time we have those final numbers, we can actually start looking at that priority list at that point too. So I'm full agreement with what you're bringing forward to us. Actually, I was very surprised that it was as small a number as it was. So my hat's off to you, staff. Commissioner McDowell.
The total, I forgot about this one, sorry. The totaled van you said that that $16,000 was net. So we received an insurance check from a second or third party. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And is there a reason we're not getting paid the full amount? I mean, it is a 2018 vehicle, right?
Their insurance only went up to a certain dollar amount. They didn't have any more money. Their insurance had no more money to give, if I
Okay.
remember right.
Planning to go after the balance?
I doubt that the legal cost of going after that remainder would justify the action.
Just had to ask the question.
No, I appreciate you asking.
And
That's the
just
answer.
by asking that, it was a 2018, we'd be replacing it with a 2021 vehicle. So there is going to be depreciation on the old vehicle compared to the new cost on the new vehicle, because we're not just going to go out and buy a 2018 van. So there is going to be a difference, you know, so,
True, true.
you know, looking at it. So I do expect an expense, so. And 16,000 for a new van, it's acceptable.
Anything from commissioners? Do we have any public comment?
There is none.
All right, I'm going to close this public hearing and request a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
Thank you.
Make a motion to continue ordinance number 2021-10 to second reading on January 26th.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Langdon, seconded by Vice Mayor, to continue ordinance 2021-10 to second reading on January 26th. Anything to that
I
motion?
think you said Commissioner Langdon made the motion.
Did I say, I thought I said McDowell. I did say McDowell?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Anything?
No.
All right. Let me question, because I have the clerk's people pointing at me. Is there something I need to be aware of?
You did say Langdon, but it was McDowell that.
Okay,
That's
all
what I
right.
thought.
It was,
like,
motion was
damn.
made by Commissioner
Problems
McDowell,
with
seconded by
paperwork,
Vice Mayor.
problems with
So we have
hearing.
that corrected on record. All right, let's go ahead and vote. There's always a reason somebody's pointing at you. Usually you've done it wrong. And that passes 4-0. Thank you very much. All right, we are, yes.
Before we go on in the agenda,
Yes.
in my packet, I had, and I'm sorry if I missed this, I had an ordinance number 2021-05 relative to curfews. Did we discuss that? And I had a little.
Yeah, you go home. You go home early now.
Okay.
It was right before lunch.
Yeah.
It's the one that was just
Yeah.
it was a non-substantive change that just moved it to a different section. So it's pretty
It
short.
went by so fast you
It
missed
was a simple one.
Yeah.
Sorry
Man
about
ones.
that. I just wanted to make sure.
All right, so we are on to G, 6G, ordinance number 2021-11. And of course, again, this is first reading. I'm going to need a motion.
So moved.
I
Seconded.
love it. I love it. So we have a motion made by Commissioner Langdon, seconded by Vice Mayor to read by title only. Let's go ahead and vote.
Getting a lot of reading in, considering it's her first day.
Yes, she is. Okay. There it is. It passes 4-0. So clerk, if you will read by title only, please.
Ordinance number 2021-11, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending Section 2-81 of the Code of the City of Northport, Florida, relating to notice procedures for aggrieved or adversely affected persons for quasi-judicial proceedings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Wonderful, thank you. City Attorney,
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to commission direction, this ordinance is being brought back. We looked at the aggrieved parties provision of the quasi-judicial procedure, and there's no change in the procedure for the hearing itself. What this ordinance does is it clarifies the notice requirements to be an aggrieved party. They must file a notice with the city clerk. It also modifies the deadline for filing that notice. Currently in the code, that is 5 business days before the hearing. We worked with the city clerk's office who recommended that we modify that to be the 8th calendar day for a little more predictability as to when they would receive those and a little bit of time before the hearing for processing. It also provides for someone to make a type of objection if a party objects that the aggrieved or adverse person has not met the requirements that are here in the ordinance, then the body hearing the item would take a look at the application and then determine whether or not the codified requirements had been met. So that's an overall summary of the ordinance. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer those for you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner McDowell, your light's on.
So thank you for bringing this forward. So for a body to explain again about how a adversely or aggrieved party could not participate. Explain how that process works, please.
So it's set forth beginning at line 73 in the ordinance, upon the request of another party to the proceedings, the quasi-judicial body must determine whether the aggrieved or adversely affected person's notice complies with this code section. In making that determination, you can only look at the notice itself and not any external evidence. And if the body finds that the request is not in compliance with the code section, then that person will not be recognized as an aggrieved or adversely affected party. They would still have the opportunity to provide public comment, just like the public.
May I pose a question to tag with that?
Just one second, okay? What happens if PZAB says, no, we don't think that they fulfilled that requirement, but commission says, does that absolve commission from giving a different ruling?
I don't believe so. I believe as written, it would apply only to that particular body and that particular hearing, because the person also could modify their notice between the 2 hearings, provided that there's enough time.
So let's go with the thought that there is not enough time. Let's say PZAB was heard on Thursday and we're hearing it, 4 days later. How does that party then that was denied at PZAB be allowed at commission if the commission deems they fulfilled the requirement?
Because I think PZAB only has the authority over its own hearing. It doesn't have any authority over the city commission. But I have Assistant City Attorney Margaret Roberts is here, who worked on the ordinance. Margaret, if you have anything to add or anything different to say about that. But PZAB cannot control anything that the commission does.
But how does that aggrieved party then be able to participate at commission? Something seems to be missing here as far as
That is the part that I wanted to interject.
Oh, okay.
It was the timing of when it's decided. Are they supposed to be deciding whether they're aggrieved right in that quasi-judicial proceeding?
Yes, ma'am.
That does not give that adversely person much time for planning, because they don't know whether they're going to be accepted or rejected.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure that that's true, because here in the notice, they have to, in addition to providing some contact information, they have to prove that they meet the definition of an aggrieved party, which is essentially that they have some type of impact that's different than the general public, that's specific to them. So their notice has to meet that threshold. If they have a notice that doesn't meet that threshold and there's an objection in the meeting, then the board can decide right there whether or not the notice meets the threshold. Otherwise, all they do is submit to the city clerk, and the city clerk is not in a position, has not been authorized to determine whether or not they meet that threshold. So they're going to come to the hearing believing that they're going to have full rights as an aggrieved party. And then if there's an objection and the board finds that there's a deficiency in the notice, then they would not have the party rights, but they could still speak in public comment. And I think they would get a second go at commission level. Ms. Roberts, would you like to speak to that?
I agree with everything the city attorney has said. Margaret Roberts, Assistant City Attorney. I was just looking at the one notice requirement, and we have a phrase in there that says, unless challenged by another party pursuant to this section C, it would be considered. Perhaps that's the language that's tripping the concern. The aggrieved party can file their notice with the PZAB, and should they have any concern about whether they meet the definition of aggrieved and adversely affected party, having this degree of difference from the community at large, then they could always file the same notice with the city commission and have that same opportunity to have it determined by the commission when you come before. When that party comes before you.
So would they make their notice filed twice, one for the PZAB meeting and one for the commission, especially in the incident where they are heard to, there's not 8 days between the PZAB and the commission. So would they automatically give notice of both meetings?
Well, line 55, 56 says that delivering the notice, the clerk is deemed notice of that person's intent to appear at all of the quasi-judicial proceedings to fully participate with party rights, so that they don't have to do it every time. But what I do believe is they get to proceed with the party rights unless another party challenges it and the board disqualifies them. And I think they would have to do that at both levels. If that happened at PZAB, I think it would have to happen again at the commission level.
So how do we put that in language so that it's clear as mud that they can be denied at PZAB, but that does not automatically deny them at commission? So that way then the aggrieved party doesn't walk out of here at PZAB meeting and go, great, now I'm never going to get heard. So that way then they know that they can still appear at commission.
If you want some clarifying language, let us work on that. You kind of give us the policy and let us wordsmith it for you. We can bring that back for second reading.
The only other thing that I think of is, of course, the 7-Eleven incident. We had aggrieved parties that turned in, like a slideshow or something. They had material that they wanted to produce. So would they turn that into the clerk's office and then potentially not be heard then?
Well, that was a different situation because we were doing virtual. That was a virtual meeting. So the city manager had adopted special rules and emergency order, since it was going to be done via Zoom, that everything had to be submitted in advance so that we could all see it on the screen, and we had some specific requirements. We don't have a requirement that the parties submit their evidence early for quasi-judicial proceedings. They can submit it for the first time in the proceeding.
Okay, great. Thank you for that information. Do you have any other questions, Commissioner McDowell?
The other one was the aggrieved and adversely affected person definition is very broad. And I know when we had the 7-Eleven, and I think what prompted this to come up with criteria was that we were talking about an aggrieved party being somebody within, let's say, a quarter mile or a mile versus somebody that was clear across town being an aggrieved party. And I don't see anything in here with any kind of a stipulation. It's still extremely broad. And I was just wondering if we as a commission want to kind of tighten it up so that aggrieved parties are the property owners versus renters, or possibly within, like a 1 to 3 mile radius, because not all properties are the same size, versus across town.
So just for clarification for the discussion, I'll read the definition of aggrieved parties that appears in section 2-80. Aggrieved or adversely affected person is any person who will suffer a negative effect to a protected interest as a result of the quasi-judicial action sought by the applicant. The alleged adverse interest may be shared in common with other members of the community at large, but shall exceed in degree the general interest in the community. So I would say if you wanted to give that some type of distance radius, I think you're probably going to actually create more aggrieved and adversely affected persons than leaving it as it is. So for example, if you have your typical neighborhood, your typical subdivision, probably your adjacent property owners are going to have an increased interest over the rest of the community, but not the entire community within a 1 to 3 mile radius, for example.
I agree.
Right, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
I mean, the nature of the project would really, I mean, if someone wanted to build an airport off Toledo Way,
Good point.
that's a much broader area of impact than a 7-Eleven.
And there is some subjectivity to it, but the person who wants to qualify bears the burden of showing in their application how they have the effect exceeds in degree the general interest of the community, how it hurts them more or affects them more.
Thank you.
Do we want, and this is for discussion for the board, because we are the ones that are creating the code, but do we want renters that are adjacent to a property to be an aggrieved party versus the property owner? Because you could have 15 renters that put in for an aggrieved party, and we hear they fulfilled all the obligations, but they don't have this vested interest in the property because they're
Well, that's not
renters.
necessarily true. A protected interest, renters, if you're a leaseholder, you do have certain property rights.
Yeah,
Well, and who's to say that that renter hasn't rented there for 10 years and it is their area? And I understand that, but then maybe they plan on renting their whole life still in that building.
And the owner lives in Europe, but the renter is here locally.
Right.
So I like it.
They may both be adverse parties because the leaseholder typically has exclusive rights to occupy the property, meaning the owner can't come in and occupy, but the owner might say, well, this still affects me too because it might affect my property value.
Exactly.
So the leaseholder could say, this affects my quality of life. The property owner could say, this affects my property value. They may both qualify as an
Yeah,
aggrieved
and then you
party.
have both as aggrieved parties.
Right. And the only reason why I'm bringing this up is because some of these topics were brought up during that 7-Eleven and also the community at large. How can I be an adversely affected person? And it's like, okay, here's how to do it, but are you really adversely affected when you live on the east end of town and you don't own the property? So that's the only reason why I wanted to bring it up for discussion so that it didn't fall off the radar. That was all.
Yeah, the only thing, like if we were to tighten anything would be like the adjacent properties, not the status of who's in those properties, is the way that I would look at it if we
But-
wanted to tighten it up.
But again, I really don't want to tighten it because Commissioner Langdon's example was spot on, an airport. You've
Right.
got runways where this airport's running, flying over their entire houses, at a low level. So I don't think I want to tighten it. Would like to leave it as is, because it's a
I'm in
case
full
by
agreement
case.
with that, yes, absolutely.
All right, any
Further
further
discussion?
discussion from comment, or from commissioners? All right, do we have any comments?
There is none.
Okay, I will then entertain a motion.
I'll make a
Commissioner
motion.
McDowell?
I'll make a motion to continue ordinance number 2021-11 to second reading on January 26th, asking staff to bring back clarifying language regarding the PZAB commission, what is that word? Disqualification language. Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Vice Mayor, to continue ordinance 2021-11 to the second reading on January 26th, clarifying the language about the disqualification between PZAB and commission meetings. Anything to that?
No, thanks for the discussion, guys.
Anything to that, Vice Mayor?
No, ma'am.
All right. All right, let's go ahead and take a vote on that. That passes 4-0. Thank you very much. All right, we are on to H.
Almost there.
And it's another first reading. But I have to thank you, City Manager. I mean, this is the way it should be. Our early meetings should have those first readings, and the later should have the second reading, which should go quicker. So I appreciate you doing this.
I'll make a motion to read by 2021-12 by title only.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't have to say it again. All right, we have a motion to have the title of ordinance 2021-12 read by title only. Let's go ahead and that's by Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Vice Mayor. Let's go ahead and vote. Vote, don't
Yeah, just you, waiting on you.
I'm waiting. And that passes 4-0. And title only, please.
Ordinance number 2021-12, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, designating the city seal and repealing Section 2-4, City Seal of the Code of the City of Northport, Florida, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you very much. This item was asked to come back when we were discussing as a commission how to handle some of the items within the city, including those challenge coins and stuff. So it was brought back. Are you going to be addressing this, or is City Clerk online so that she can?
I'm online.
There she is.
Are you there, City Clerk?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I look up as though you're up in heaven or
I
something.
know, everybody's looking at the ceiling.
Everybody looks at it.
That's because that's where the speaker is, just so the audience understands why we keep looking up there.
And I hope you're feeling better this day. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you, City Clerk, to introduce the item. Thank you.
Like you said, this was requested back in September 2019 to be brought back as a policy for use of the city seal. And we are going to bring it back by resolution, which is expected to be on the agenda. If this gets continued to second reading, it will be on the agenda on January 26th. You hear my dog? I'm so sorry.
You sound very hoarse.
And that's pretty much it. There's no requirement, as the staff summary says, that this be codified, only that the designation is by ordinance. So this ordinance does cover that. And if you have any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have any questions? I see your light on, Commissioner McDowell. Is that?
Actually, it might have been left over from the last one. I
Okay.
apologize, Mayor.
No problem. Any questions by anyone? All right, do we have any public comment?
None.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
I'll make a motion to continue ordinance number 2021-12 to second reading on January 26th.
Well, then I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay.
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner McDowell to continue ordinance 2021-12 to second reading on January 26th, seconded by Commissioner Langdon. Anything to that, ladies?
Nope.
All right, let's go ahead and take a vote. And that is passes 4-0. Thank you very much. So we finished our petitions, so we're on to resolutions, number 11, or letter, excuse me, L.
Well, I was gonna say, I'm only seeing an L.
Yeah,
not an
it's an L.
Oh, okay.
All right. This is Resolution 2021-R-01. We've got all the O1s out of the way today. City Clerk, would you read by title only, please?
Resolution number 2021-R-01, a resolution of the City of Northport, Florida, appointing James Tolley to the position of hearing officer with the authority to hear and decide matters related to enforcing the city codes as well as zoning-related matters, incorporating recitals, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you very much. City Attorney, do you want to introduce this, please?
Yes, ma'am. This is a resolution appointing our current hearing officer who's been serving for several years, reappointing him to the position under our city code and the ULDC. We need to do that every 4 years. Mr. Toll has agreed to serve for an additional 4 years if that's the commission's will. And he has agreed to continue charging the same rate that he has charged for the last several years and to keep that in place for the duration of this appointment. So if you appoint him for 4 years, the rate would be good for the 4 years. We'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Very much. Any commissioners with questions?
That's basically a re-up.
Any public comment on this one?
There is none.
All right, I'll close this public hearing and entertain a motion.
I move to approve resolution number 2021-R-01 as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to approve resolution number 2021-R-01 by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Langdon. Anything to that?
Yeah, I had to move fast to beat these two this time.
Mayor, can you hang on just 1 second?
Yes, ma'am.
I see a Scrivener's error on the backup material, and I just want to double check the number. In the backup material, it says 2020. Okay, it's fine. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for double checking. We like to stay accurate.
Oops.
We're just waiting for the tally.
They were pointing fingers and everything.
Were they pointing at me again?
All this
All
way.
right, that passes 4-0. Thank you very much. We are on to the second resolution, number 2021-R-04. Clerk, would you read by title only, please?
Resolution number 2021-R-04, a resolution of the City of Northport, Florida, authorizing the City Commission to participate in a joint meeting with the Sarasota County Commission to discuss and plan matters of mutual interest, incorporating recitals, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, do you want to introduce this item?
This is just the requirement that we have to have in order for y'all to have a meeting outside of the city of Northport. I did email this morning to get information for public comment and have not received that back yet. But once I do, I will forward that out and add it.
I appreciate you staying up with that. Thank you. Any questions from commissioners?
She already answered it.
All right. Any public comment?
There is none.
All right, I will close this public hearing and entertain a motion.
I move to approve resolution number 2021-R-04 as presented.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor to approve resolution number 2021-R-04 as presented. And that was by Commissioner Langdon, seconded by Vice Mayor. Anything to that? Go ahead and vote. And that passes 4-0.
We take 10?
I was just going to say, can we take 10 before we
All right.
go into the?
Go ahead and take 10,
Because all we got
please.
left is general business, right?
It is 2:28. We'll come back at 2:39.
48.
I
just threw the number out there.
Yeah, I wasn't listening.
It would have been 2:30.
Well, it changed. It changed to
so we got an extra
29.
30 seconds.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you
got
very much.
exactly right.
Very generous.
You get 2 extra puffs.
Trying to take some of the load off you, Deb. Jumping in there. No emotions.
The ones that.
I appreciate the efficiency of
No,
you doing
the only
it.
reason why I jumped in on those ones that we had changes made so that you can learn. And then you notice I backed off on the other one so that you guys would do it. But the one where you tried to do it, I was like, yeah, we can't have that motion.
The minute it came out, I knew it.
And as soon as you said it, and then I jumped in and after, as I was talking, I was going, just let her do it and correct herself. It was already too late, so sorry about that.
Seven A when we get back.
Okay.
But what
Right,
do
no,
I
I'm
do?
showing this EMA. I'm not sure what you're doing.
Well,
Next Wednesday.
I moved them over. I mean, none of us would be here if I hadn't moved them over.
It was 2 minutes.
It is 2:39 and we're back in session. We are under item 7, which is general business. If you don't mind, I would like to recommend that we adjust this section. Do so, making 7A this place, 7B. I would like to move up above. That is I'm some that have at a quarter to 4. That the approval of it.
That's only 1 hour. Who is all leaving? Because only one person can leave, so we can still have quorum.
City manager and myself.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant more than commissioner. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So is that a consensus?
You probably have to take a vote because we're rearranging it.
Do we need a vote?
I think you should have a vote because you took a vote at the beginning of the meeting to approve the agenda.
Well, thank you very much for showing me. Yeah. Okay. Can I get a motion for that? Could somebody?
I'll make a motion, Mayor, if we could readjust the general business portion of this part of the meeting due to the time constraints. Could we please move item E? Is that the one you wanted to move? The Commissioner Langdon's charter discussion above,
C and D.
so it'll come after B.
Correct.
So
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right.
before we vote, you're the one with the time constraint, so why is D going to be the last item of discussion?
Because they're both mine. C and D are mine. And I can move them to another agenda. They're not that important.
I understand what you're saying. I apologize.
No, that's
Thank
no
you.
problem. I'm putting mine last so that those who had put some on, I mean, because
Now
it's
I
not
understand what
a
you're-
time constraint. This
Now
could-
I understand the purpose of the discussion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's take a vote on that. Motion was made to readjust general business as A, B, E, C, D by Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Vice Mayor. And voting passes 4-0. So we are on to 7A. City Clerk, would you introduce this item? Please do so.
This item is to appoint an alternate 1 and alternate 2 member to the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, and the applications have been submitted for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Any questions by
Yeah, I got one.
on this one? Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, on these applications, we're looking for an alternate 1 and an alternate 2. Do we have the dates on who applied first and who applied second?
No, those should be on the application.
I
a
believe
date.
it was noted Ms. Garrity was the first one to submit.
Okay, then that makes, that's all I needed.
And we do have public comment on this item.
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
thank you. Any other questions? All right, public comment, please.
One public comment from Kathy Garrity. Comment, I would like to thank the commission for considering my application to serve as an alternate member to the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board. I am ready to serve my community on an important board and will dedicate myself to participating in however I am needed. As I anticipate there is a learning curve to this position, I would be most happy to take the alternate 2 opening. I look forward to working with fellow board members, and again, thank you, the commission, for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Please, go ahead.
Did she say she would ask to take the position for alternate 2? Thank you very much.
So she'd be happy to take it.
Happy to take alternate 2. Thank you.
That is what she clearly stated. She
Yes.
wanted the alternate 2 position.
She states, as I anticipate there's a learning curve to the position, I would be most happy to take the alternate 2 opening.
Okay.
Okay, kind of settles that, doesn't it,
It does.
Drew? All right, we had the public comment, so I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to appoint Kathleen Garrity and Philip Lamade as the alternate 1 and alternate 2 members on the Planning and Zoning Board. To be specific, with Kathleen Garrity as being the alternate 2 and Philip Lamade being the alternate 1.
Thank you for that last sentence. I'll second.
All right, thank you.
seconded
Oh,
We have a,
Second.
sorry. We have,
Do we have a third?
we have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Langdon, that we appoint Philip
Lamond.
Lamade.
Lamade as alternate 1 and Kathy Garrity as alternate 2 for the PZAB board. Anything to that?
Thank you for their willingness to serve, and welcome back, Mr. Lamad.
Yes, ma'am. He has served previously before. We're waiting. Okay, we got it. There's a delay in that. All right, that passes 4-0. Congratulations to Ms. Garrity and Mr. Lamad. Thank you again for coming back to help us out. All right, we are on to B. And interim city manager, I know it says to have you introduce it.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just, this was a request from Commissioner Vice Mayor Imrich. We have possibly an event coming up. Staff's here to answer any questions. But with that, I'll yield the floor to Vice Mayor Imrich.
Yeah.
You have the floor, Vice Mayor.
Well, thank you. This was brought to my attention that we currently do not really have a mechanism where we partner up with some of our nonprofits because they're looking to put an event on, and there may be some profit involved to where all the costs will be, taken care of through the city, but the profits should be going back to the nonprofit that is co-sponsoring with this, and this just opens up the door to quite a few avenues. Now, when I asked for this agenda item, my wife was going to come up, being a member of Kiwanis, and explain everything because I've heard this 1,000 times, and I get my husband blockers on, and I don't really listen. So she's going to come up and explain to a little bit on what they're looking for. They have been talking with Parks and Rec, so it's just a little type of presentation to where we can learn where they want to go with this.
All right, at this point in time, we'll ask Ms. Emmerich to approach the podium on this side. We have city staff over here. I'll allow city staff to start first while she's approaching the podium. Thank you.
Sure. For the record, Sandy Funheller, Director of Parks and Recreation. So as was mentioned, this is about a partnership event. Back in November, the city was approached by incoming Kiwanis President Elaine Enrich, looking for opportunities to partner on special events. During that discussion, we talked about a proposal for a new marriage vow renewal event that would be offered through Parks and Recreation in partnership with Kiwanis. The date that they're looking at is February 13th, 2021. It is common practice for Parks and Recreation to partner with outside organizations on events, but this one is a little different in that it's unplanned expenditures because it's a new event for Parks and Recreation, and it also will require some different city resources to implement, such as bringing sound and lighting and taking care of the registration and doing some of the marketing, those kind of things that are involved with special events. In addition, the Kiwanis is looking for a portion of the fees that we receive for this to be reimbursed for supplies that they have for the event. And there is not really a mechanism to reimburse an outside organization in that manner. And also looking for a donation of up to $500 to go to the Kiwanis Key Club Scholarship Fund. So in order to move forward with the proposal, we're recommending that a memorandum of understanding be developed with the assistance of the City Attorney's Office to memorialize the partnership, document the contributions of both parties, and then also facilitate that reimbursement process. Also, there's two options to consider the requested donation. One being through a community grant fund policy, which I understand is currently in legal review. And the other would be through commission action making appropriate legislative findings that the expenditure is primarily or substantially serving a public purpose. So that's kind of it in a nutshell on our end, and I will let Elaine describe a little bit more about the event.
Hello, everyone.
Could you state your name for the record,
Elaine
please?
Allen Emmerich, incoming Kiwanis president. Sarasota County Parks and Rec has Say I Do Again at Siesta Key Beach and Venice Beach. Northport Beach does not exist. Same way there's no cemetery, but that wouldn't stop us from creating something really neat for our community. And so the prettiest thing I could think of in the city was the Garden of the Five Senses. And so, but in doing that, I was asked the club, and I have to be honest with you, we're a small club. We're mighty, but we're a small club. And so in asking the club, we already do similar things that the city does, the fishing tournament, the egg hunts and stuff. And we said, you know, this could be the year that we just say, if we partner up, we have resources and the city has resources. And if we put them together, it probably won't cost real taxpayer money, because with a registration fee, then there's recouping. And that was always the intent. It was never to cost the city a ton of money and people not get anything out of it. So based on what the county does, it's $15. So that's what we based ours on. But additionally, what we said was, let's just make ours a tiny bit cooler. We took into consideration CDC guidelines, which, but these are couples. So when you flat out the Garden of the Five Senses, you literally have this 6-foot spacing, which is wonderful. So, and then what we said is unlike a beach where you could marry them a mile long, the garden kind of winds through. So the concept was to do 3 different ceremonies in the garden on the same day, but do it themed. So the first would be you could wear your wedding dress, you could dress like a pirate. The second one was, I can't believe she made me do this again, but yes, of course, I'll marry her. And then the third one was more of a romantic, sunset-y kind of ceremony. And so again, they would be spaced out. there would be somebody who could legally remarry them, and then the Kiwanis has a role in that, and then the city has a role in that. And I will say, when we were discussing this, it was incredible to work directly with someone from the city because they could explain what can and can't be done. You know, so if we want to do a toast at the end, the city can't touch the alcohol, but Kiwanis can pour the alcohol and give it out. And so at the $15, what had happened was our costs and the city's costs were completely covered. There was approximately 5, and this is if every single one is sold, not if it's not all sold, then obviously there is no profit. But if 450 people were to attend the 3 ceremonies, it would bring in $560. That excess money we were asking be donated to the school, which I understand was here this morning looking for funding. So, and the kids also, they have a role in this. They can be taking pictures. Those pictures can be forwarded to the city. They can be uploaded onto the city's website to show the events of the day. So again, in this partnership, it's just kind of neat that the different branches of Kiwanis could come together and work with the city for it. That's what I got.
Okay, thank you. We'll open up for commission questions.
Just a comment. I love the concept of the city partnering with nonprofits. I think it's really terrific. One of the things that the city of Venice does that I really admire is a lot of their events are actually organized and driven by a nonprofit for that purpose, but they work in partnership with the city. I think that just creates a really healthy community environment. If it's planned well, we can, from a city point of view, we can do more with fewer resources because our nonprofits can provide manpower in a lot of instances. So I'm very supportive of this kind of initiative. I'd like us to structure it, however, where perhaps people can come to commission more as a presentation, FYI, but not require an ordinance or any kind of formal approval. So as much as we can templatize these kinds of arrangements, I think it's a great idea, and I would be very supportive.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, it's a long time coming to do a partnership for nonprofits, and I agree. Staff had said that you have done prior partnerships with nonprofits.
We partner with nonprofits all the time in our events.
Correct.
The difference is usually it's that the nonprofit organization is coming in with assistance, labor, if you will, special event assistance to actually work the event. So we're not paying for more staff to be there. They're offsetting that, or they're coming forward with maybe an activity or something that's going to enhance the event. So either way, it's not, it doesn't have an impact on our budget. This is different in that it's an event we didn't plan for. We do have some savings from the Poinsettia Festival that can cover this because it wasn't budgeted and because we don't have a mechanism to reimburse an outside organization. That's why we needed to bring this forward. We also don't necessarily have a mechanism for a donation. So it's a little bit different, but we partner all the time on the various events that we have. There's probably 30 to 40 different organizations that we partner with.
Not budgeted. Is this considered that, so since it's not budgeted and since it's a month away, is this considered a special event?
It is a special event.
Okay. So I love the idea. And I think it's great. But I'll be honest, the timing really stinks. We're a month away. We don't have it budgeted. We don't have the MOUs drafted, let alone approved. We don't have the community grant fund policy adopted or approved to be able to donate. The staff said Kiwanis Key Club, and you were saying the high school Key Club.
It's the same.
So help me understand, why are we donating it to a Key Club versus our own scholarship fund that's already through the city, if there's any profits?
Sure. So this was the proposal that was brought forward by Kiwanis. And so we're bringing that forward to share with you, and that that's the concept they have, and that they would be assisting with this event, and it would be helping to support a fund, a grant fund that they have for Key Club.
Okay. Yeah. I can see this absolutely going forward for the year 2022. For me to sit here and approve it for this year, we're putting the cart far before the horse. And I am very concerned that there are documents that need to be put into place and adopted before we can do this. Not to mention the fact that a special permit, according to code, requires that it be submitted at least 60 days in advance. With that said, I agree that needs to be changed. But this is the code that we have in place that we have to follow. And love the idea. I can't approve it for this year. That's where I am for this.
I have a question first, though. This goes to the city manager. How many times has that code been violated? To put it nicely.
It's my understanding that we've frequently not followed our code.
That is very concerning.
And it is coming back.
And it is coming back for a change.
Staff has had several conversations and internally about either we need to follow our code or change the code to match what we're actually doing. So, and we will be bringing something back to you in the next few weeks.
Thank
if I'm
you.
not mistaken.
Thank you. Are you finished then?
Yeah,
If you're finished, I'll
I
go
am
ahead.
finished. I
Okay.
just,
just need to understand a couple of things. And I know we've got a lot of things that need to be addressed and stuff, but I'm not understanding the donation of 500. I believe it's the goal of the Kiwanis to have a fundraiser to make sure these kids get 500, or are you just looking, if some money is made, it will go to them?
If you do the math, $15, and please, I didn't do the math, the city did. $15 times, I think it's 250 couples equals this amount. The city takes their costs right off of there. The Kiwanis takes their costs right off of there. What's left over is approximately $560 if every single one is sold.
If there's 250. Otherwise, there's no donation goes to the
No,
Key Club.
no.
Okay. My take on it is that it needs to be an MOU. Though this is a special event, it is a partnership that is going to require an MOU. I know that we need to establish some templates and get that type of stuff in place for partnerships. I don't have a problem with that MOU stating if there is an overage, that it be allowed to be utilized by the Kiwanis. I don't have a problem with that MOU saying that. To me, this is a good testing ground to see what will work and what may not work in this process of partnership and the MOUs that go into partnerships. I am not, and I can't say that the city donates money to a charity. That's not what you do with taxpayer money. But this isn't taxpayer money that we're talking about. This is whether the event ends up successful or not. And if it ends up successful the way you're hoping, then there will be an overage that will be utilized for the purpose of the event, which is to support the children. Am I understanding
Not
that
the
correctly?
children. Yeah, absolutely, the children.
Okay. Okay. is what I stated, making sense with you also, that that's how you understand it too?
That the donation would be to support that Key Club, the children in the Key Club? Yes.
If there is an overage.
If there is that
overage,
excess.
right. Okay, did I hear you say something?
But why would we put it to a program that is outside of our city when we already have a city-established scholarship program that is specifically for children? That is the city sponsorship for Parks and Rec city sponsor. Say it again.
Youth Scholarship Program.
Why would we donate it to an outside organization when we have an organization that's already been established in our city that helps our youth?
Could we split
Because,
it?
wait.
Well, I was gonna, well, hold on.
It substantially serves the public purpose. And the purpose for this event is to aid that public purpose the way I view it. I do not see how where we can use option one at all at this point because there is no community grant policy, fund policy in place, so we can't. To me, the only option is option two, where we're saying that it serves a public purpose through an MOU. And as I said, we can then see how this goes and get staff's feedback as they even draft this grant fund policy too. All right. Commissioner McDowell, anything further?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Yeah.
But yeah, and that's part of the incentive between partnering between a nonprofit and the city. The city is not entitled to make a profit. So if the nonprofit gets in there and some money is made, that's the incentive for that nonprofit to get involved to where it would go to the Kiwanis Key Club. Yes, these are members of people within our town. It's just through the Kiwanis name. It's part of them making a profit, but it still goes back to the community. And the other thing I wanted to say about the controversy over it's not budgeted, this, that, and the other, I understand that. But it's still, all costs are going to be covered. So it's not costing anything. Monies get shifted all the time. So as long as the monies go out and then the costs are covered, it didn't cost the city one single dime to participate into helping the Kiwanis help the Key Club. So it's this would be a monumental step going forward and saying, this is the first one. Let's see what's right and wrong about our process and see where we can tweak it going forward. So, that's where I am on it.
I would view it as a pilot.
Right, and then I have a question for Ms. Emmerich. So I guess you signed us up for the second one? Why is she making me do it again? I'm just.
What do you wear to that one? I want to know.
I'm going as a pirate.
All right, my final question would be, staff, you have gone over this with the Kiwanis Club in order to bring these options to us. City attorney, have you looked at this sort of stuff as far as the options and stuff?
No, ma'am.
You have
This has not come to our office for review.
Okay.
Or for drafting. I don't know if there's already an agreement drafted for review, or if this would require a brand-new MOU from scratch. But no, ma'am, this is the type of thing that we usually put on a 30-day review when we look at a draft.
Well, this is not something that we would put in for legal review unless we had approval to do it.
All right, so we still got the.
Yeah, staff was looking for potential templates for the memorandum of understanding. I'm not sure if we found one, but that was our intent, if it was approved today, to put in that legal request, provide any examples that we could, knowing that it's a 30-day review.
Well, the MOU would have to come back before the commission for approval on February 9th, and the deadline to get that into Legistar is January 26th. So that's not a 30-day review.
Thank you.
Is any of that doable? I mean, it's not 30 days, but is it doable?
The priorities of the commission are the priorities of our office, but it may affect other deadlines of items we have pending in our office.
the timeline is the 26th for you guys to get something drafted, right?
Into,
Drafted and legally approved.
Yeah.
And entered into Register.
Yes, ma'am.
I love the city doing fun things. I love the city partnering with nonprofits. This, to me, is not a priority. This is something that just came before the commission today for discussion. To ask the city attorney to stop what she's doing on things that are already been prioritized, to focus on this, to draft an MOU, to possibly draft a grant fund policy. I could never approve it because we can do this next year. It does not have to be a priority. I'm all for fun. I'm all for ideas and doing things that are fun. But at the same time, business has the priority over something fun. That's my opinion.
Question, does it have to be that day? Can you give the 30-day review and have it maybe in March? It's still the second bow. I mean, it's not on Valentine's Day, but you're still being able to do it this year.
I don't know if it's a harder sell to say I do St. Patty's Day, but.
Green beer, that's cheaper than your champagne.
How about April 1st? Make it Fool's Day.
There you go.
Hey, I kind of, that's
I
kind of.
did it again, yeah.
I did it again on April Fool's.
Yeah, okay, well,
Hmm.
no, you have to come up here.
She can give public comments, so if she wants to fill the
Have her
card
go
out.
out. No, hold on. You gotta go up to the podium, fill out a card.
So you can actually make it a later date.
We could, you probably have to ask staff if that's okay.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
We've got kind of an outside the box solution. It may not go over, it may go over like a lead balloon, but this, one of the things we could do is the city, instead of seeking reimbursement, we could carry the entire cost. I know it's unbudgeted. We could get the volunteer help from the Kiwanis, but it would have to be supplemented from staff. Then later, if there's any excess funds, y'all can evaluate whether you want to do a donation for a public purpose. So in essence, it would be an unbudgeted kind of last minute city event. We would cover the cost and hopefully most of our costs would be covered by the ticket sales. So, I mean, I'm just throwing out, I'm just calling an audible here, up here at the dais, and giving you some alternatives to think about.
All right, let's have a discussion on that. I mean, personally, myself, I would rather see it delayed and do it the way that we're talking about. That way it is a pilot, and we can see how this goes rather than pushing it through in some different manner or way than what we're wanting or how we're wanting it to be accomplished. Because if the city does it, it's a city event, it's not a partnership. So I would rather see it go through as that partnership, have everything draft the way they should, and, you know, have that partnership. Let it be the pilot, but this is open for discussion. Commissioner Langdon?
Yeah, I prefer the pilot. I think it's a good opportunity to test what we want to do and learn from it. I've done a lot of events in my past. I'm a marketing dweeb, and a rushed event is never a good thing. So I would say let's try to find between staff and the Kiwanis Club a more agreeable date that allows us to really test the concept and the process and then learn from it. And then next year we can do it on Valentine's Day. So that would be my preference.
Vice Mayor Emmerich?
Well, you know, thinking about this and putting it out there, I really do think you get a lot more husbands involved with green beer. I really do. I think they'll have you might even make $1,000 at that day. I don't know. Just my own personal thinking. But I agree. I think we need to do it right. I think we need, if we're going to do it as a pilot, let's get everything in a row, get everything going. And if you postpone it by a month to 2 months, at least you're starting out correct and you're starting out strong, and it gives us something to build on. And I think by taking a little bit more time, we can learn from staff and Kiwanis what's all involved, what we need, and where we need to go with. So I agree with that. I mean, a slight postponement is warranted in this case.
Thank you. Commissioner McDowell?
So I have to wonder if the concept is to stay as a marriage vow concept, whether it be done on St. Patty's Day or April Fool's Day, or whatever day is fixed, is chosen. What is the public participation going to be? Valentine's Day is generally denoted for marriages and renewing vows and stuff like that. Has anybody reached out to, see first if there would be any inkling of participation for Valentine's Day, let alone any other date for that kind of thing, especially given the fact with COVID, I don't know a lot of older couples, if they would even come or not. I don't know.
Just to answer your question, I believe Kiwanis put out a feeler on social media to see if anybody would be interested in the concept. Not necessarily the date, but I will let you speak to that, Elaine.
We did. And I'll just be straight up, Christian Ziegler never speaks to me on social media, and he was one of the first to say, this is amazing. Somebody out of Port Charlotte said, wow, I just got married. It would be so romantic if I did it again. Like, it was instant. It was amazing. And so the only other thing I really want to tell you guys that you probably already know is after the city canceled Halloween, we were able to do an event in under a month through Kiwanis. And we did an alternative graduation in 11 days. We do rely heavily on social media and word of mouth and the local restaurants. So you know what? Whatever day is picked, we're just going to work really, really hard to fill all 450 spots. If it does have to be later, that's more vaccines on the street. And these are couples, though, so.
Right.
It's 225 couples, I think, is what the
Yeah,
math
but they
turned out
will
to
be spaced throughout because there's
Just three services.
three services
Are
going
there-
on simultaneously.
Are there any other commission comments or questions before I call on public comment? All right, Cindy Hemberger and Andrew Sias.
Good afternoon. The only thing I wanted to say was, I was unaware of the city having.
State your name for the
Oh,
record.
I'm sorry, Cindy Hemberger.
There we go. That's how you pronounce it.
I was unaware of the city having any tuitions for children, but I wanted to make mention that the Key Club kids, the tuitions aren't given for scholastic reasons. These are kids that have waited tables and cleaned tables and cleaned parks. They've given of their heart, and I think that maybe we should consider taking a look at this. Last year, we had 2 Key Club kids go off to become doctors, which I'm so proud of that. So perhaps we can look at it for what these kids have given to our community all year. And that was basically what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Cindy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Sias?
Can we dim the lights, please?
So Pete, you know how to pronounce my name. So do I have to, Andrew Sias. First, I'd like to thank the commission to take this, no matter how you vote, everybody's taking this seriously, and I appreciate all your inputs. Kiwanis has a history of working with Parks and Rec, not only from anything from the Sweetheart Dance that we give out carnations for free. And it's something that we really love either to have our own programs or work with the city programs. But one thing I would like to suggest, if you're asking for a later date, I don't know, and this would be up to Parks and Rec. Yeah, June might be nice because you always remember June weddings. And that might give more time, but I don't know what your schedule is, so whatever is applicable to yours, we will acquiesce to. Also, I like with Kiwanis, and this we have to bring up a board meeting, but one of the things, we raise money for all kids' issues. I would like to raise money and donate it to because your Scholastic program goes to kids who cannot afford programs. We have done that where we're going to sponsor a kid at the Art Center who can't have it. And the whole thing is to give back to the community. And any money we raise goes back tenfold. And going to the Key Club, as they mentioned, they've adopted, we went to McKippen Park. I have to compliment, McKippen Park is spotless, but we went on the day they were redoing the pathways. So we went to the other park. I don't know, which one is next to that?
Fine.
Elm Street. We cleaned up that one too. And it was really a nice way to get the kids involved with the city. But whatever your decision, I thank you for taking under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Personally, I love his suggestion. Why not, if there's money left over, split it? Half of it goes to the Key Club, half of it goes to the sponsorships for the city. I mean, that is something to think about also. Is there anything after the comments that commission would like to say?
Let's do it.
All right. As I stated, I don't see where we can do option one because it's using something that we don't have in place. It might be in place if we use the wedding month of June. There might be, be something in place by then. But at this point in time, option two is about the only thing that's available. So at this point, I will look for a motion.
I'll move to approve option 2 and direct staff to work with the city attorney to develop a memorandum of understanding or other agreement as a pilot that can be executed by the city manager.
Second.
Okay. Before I restate the motion, would this MOU, wouldn't it be done through Parks and Rec and then sent to the city attorney instead of it being developed with the city attorney? Wouldn't it be drafted through them and then go to you for review?
Typically. But if they can't find a good model to work from, then sometimes we have to write them from scratch.
Okay, so maybe
Let me rephrase
working.
that a little bit.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
so I move to approve option 2 and direct staff to work cooperatively with the city attorney. Let me start again. I move to approve option 2 and direct staff to develop an MOU and submit it to the city attorney for completion, for review and completion as a pilot. And I guess that's it.
Okay, do you want to put a time frame for that?
I would leave
the date open.
I
for
would leave the
future
date
pilots.
open
Right, thank
and
you.
let the Kiwanis and city staff work that out.
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Langdon, seconded by Vice Mayor, to appoint option 2, to approve option 2 and direct the staff to work with staff and city attorney to develop a memorandum of understanding or agreement that can be executed by the city manager at a time in the future. Okay, anything to that? Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah.
We've already had it.
Okay.
option 2 has an A and a B to it. And I cannot approve it with a B because it's saying that the Key Club is the, is where the donation, I guess, is going to. And that it serves a public purpose. To me, that to serve a public purpose would have to benefit the entire public. And I feel that the only way you can do that is through the already established scholarship program through the city parks. Are they moving forward with the marriage vow thing for February? There's too many questions in the stated motion that I can't approve, and I can't even, because there's too many questions in it as to what exactly are we directing staff to do. It says option 2, but option 2 is based on a marriage vow for February 13th. And based on the discussion that we had, that didn't seem like it was going to be appropriate. So
Well,
for
that's why I
those
said at a
reasons,
time in the future.
Yeah,
when-
so I
when
think
this
what's
is
happening is
arranged.
we're not picking either A or B. We're sort of leaving it open for
Option 2
city
is A
staff
and
and
B.
Kiwanis to work it out.
And I believe that would come out with the memorandum of understanding.
Correct.
In the final process. So, I
Right.
mean, once they've figured out the bells and whistles, then it'll be brought back and then we'll have it.
Correct. Still
no,
has
it's not going to be brought back because option 2 says that the city manager is executing it. So that it's not, there's too many questions, and for those reasons, I'm not going to be supporting it.
Madam Mayor, it
Go
is
ahead.
true the city manager would execute an MOU of this nature, but pursuant to our charter, only after approval by the city commission. So any MOU must come before the commission for approval. Our charter requires that.
Thank you for that
Thank you.
clarification. All right, so we have a motion.
Amendment?
I'm
No.
sorry.
Go ahead.
We have a motion on the floor, so we're going ahead and, you want to read it one time for us, recording secretary, before we take the vote, and then we'll vote on it.
Who doesn't have it? I have it.
Go ahead, city clerk.
Okay. To approve option 2 and direct staff to develop a memorandum of understanding or agreement to submit to the city attorney for completion and review as a pilot to be executed by the city manager.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead and vote. We're just waiting. Okay, that passes 3-1. And I look forward to seeing what you bring back to us through that MOU. So hopefully this can be our pilot to get these things going and within the city. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kiwanis, for being here. Appreciate it. Mr. Willis, your card came in after we closed public comment on that topic. If you'd like to speak at closing, you can. Okay? We are on to E. And that is a discussion and possible action regarding amending the city charter to remove language that requires the city commission approval of all contracts and establishing contract approval criteria by ordinance. This is 21-0070. Interim city manager, please.
Yes, ma'am. This agenda item was requested by Commissioner Langdon, and I'll defer to her.
Thank you.
Yeah, my reason for putting this on the agenda is I think it is appropriate for us to give city manager the authority to move on contracts that are part of the approved budget. I'd further like to suggest that we take it out of the city charter because the level at which we would want to give a city manager approval authorization could vary from year to year. So for example, if we hire a new city manager next year, we might want to set that approval level or keep that approval level at zero. Everything needs to come to county commission, but city commission. But as our confidence in that city manager grows, we might want to give that person authority to approve contracts up to a $50,000 or $100,000 level. So for me, it's an efficiency move, I think, to have this commission spending time on $10,000 and $20,000 contracts that are already approved as part of the budget is wasteful. And I think that we have and should hire city staff that we would have the confidence in to have an approval level on those contracts.
Thank you. Any other commission wishing to make comment or question? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think, we've got some contracts out there that are as little as $3,500. Because it's stated as a contract. So I believe that we should have a threshold, monetary cap per se. And I'm up to the will of the board to discuss that part of it.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, this goes back to checks and balances being a priority for me. There are times where we have contract and it comes before commission and we look at the contract and we find out, holy crap, it got increased by 20% because of cost of construction on specific project. And that way then we are aware of this. This is information that's in the backup material. It's on consent agenda. There's usually no discussion, no anything, unless a commissioner finds something that is questionable that they want to bring attention to the rest of the board. Like today, there was absolutely nothing on consent that was pulled. Very few items on consent do get pulled. That is the purpose of consent agenda items, to deal with the day-to-day minor operations of the city, but it's still a checks and balance. And that is why we have consent agenda. So I would not be in favor of it because the citizens and the voters approved that charter the way that it was written, and they want those checks and balances. This not only gives us the opportunity to review something, it gives the citizens an opportunity to review something if they choose. So for those reasons, I could not be in support of this.
All right, as far as myself, I can see and understand something when we approve the budget, that they be able to execute the contract for that money that has been allotted to that project. Maybe there should be a cap to that, amount. I think we already have one cap of 100,000, don't we? Isn't that within their city manager, a cap of 100,000?
Yes, I believe that is the case.
Or purchase orders.
For what?
Purchase orders.
Purchase orders is that. Okay. This is something that is in the charter. I don't really advocate removing it from the charter. I think it should be the people, because the people decided to put it in. They would have to be the ones to decide whether to take it out or not. So this is going to be 2 years down the road before this could be addressed too. So I don't mind a discussion talking about the budgeted items and then presenting it to the people to see if they do or don't.
One of the things we might do is refer it to our charter review board, have them do an analysis of it, and see what they want to bring forward.
I don't mind doing that, asking them to look into it, to discuss it. I have no problem. Actually, I think that's a good way to go at this point in time, have them, bring it up in their meetings and discuss and see what their input is to it. City Attorney?
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to see whether or not the commission was interested in discussing another provision that sort of dovetails into this. The charter also requires that the mayor be the signatory for all interlocal agreements. And there are interlocal agreements from time to time that have no incurred cost. We recently had an issue where a multi-party mutual aid agreement was sent to us for signature in December, and the entire agreement was delayed because of our charter provision that requires it to come before the commission and requires the mayor's signature. All of the other localities were able to have their administrator or manager sign that. So I didn't know if you all wanted to discuss that or not. To me, that seems to be a little bit in the same vein of the concept that you're discussing, but it's a separate provision.
I'm in agreement with that.
I would agree to that.
Are you, Commissioner McDowell, in agreement that the charter review discuss that also?
Sure.
Okay. All right, is there any other discussion? Other than that, I'll entertain a motion that this go to the charter review, both items for discussion.
I would move to refer to the charter review a recommendation on removing, this takes skill, removing the requirement that all contracts go to city commission for review, and that any agreement, for example, interlocal agreements, not require mayoral signatures. So both of those elements going to charter review for recommendation.
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Langdon that we send to Charter Review Board the topic of reviewing the charter provision of commission approving all contracts and reviewing mayor's signature on all interlocal agreements. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
I-
Go ahead, Commissioner McDowell.
If Charter Review Board is going to come back with a recommendation, I would also like to see their list of pros and cons for each item that is being, I don't want them to just come back and say, yes for this, no for this, or yes for both, or no for both. I'd like to see a concrete, detailed reasoning, pros and cons, summary of how they arrived at their recommendation.
So their analysis of it.
Yeah.
Actually, I would like to see anything that they discussed coming back in a joint meeting with Charter Review, and that way we can
So I
address
don't
both of it.
I don't know if you would like me to make an amendment, Mayor.
If you want to make an amendment, go ahead.
I'd like to make an amendment that the CRAB not only make a recommendation on these two items, but on any other items with a detailed analysis, pros and cons on how they arrived, and a summary of how they arrived at their recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have an amendment on the floor by Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Vice Mayor, to request a detailed summary of how they come to the conclusions, pros and cons of what they might recommend or even decline for, okay, pros and cons of those items. We'll go ahead and take a vote on that, on the amendment. Commissioner McDowell,
Oh, I'm sorry.
it didn't take your finger.
It's because I was in the wrong screen and forgot to flip over.
Okay. That passes 4-0. So we will go on to the motion as amended. Just waiting for the tally.
What happened there?
How about we read?
We'll take a voice vote. Commissioner Langdon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Commissioner McDowell?
Yes.
That passes 4-0 as amended. At this point in time, I am going to request that items C and D, 7C, 7D, be brought back at a later agenda in a timing fit for staff, maybe the first meeting in February, the morning meeting in February, so that it's not on an evening meeting. These are not time sensitive, and they were items that I was bringing forward for discussion. So can I have a motion with that?
Make a motion, Mayor, to continue items regarding the Al Gall Community Center and the cemetery be postponed to a meeting at the city manager's discretion.
I second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Motion by Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Langdon, that we postpone 7C and 7D for a later time. Go ahead and vote. That passes 4-0, and I do appreciate it. We will go on to public comment. Mr. Willis left, so his
He
is
may be
not-
out in the,
He said no when he left.
Okay, thank you. So do we have any other public comment?
We do not.
Thank you very much. Commission communications. Commissioner McDowell.
oh, wow, the last meeting we had was before the holidays. Shop with a Cop, kudos to Northport PD. My goodness, what an amazing event. Helped wrap presents for a few nights that they had it. Loved seeing the children interacting with the police officers, Santa Claus, and our staff. It's a very nice event, and I'm very grateful, and I hope that that's one that continues for a very, very, very long time. I was able to help the mayor with a Cub Scout government kind of meeting a couple weeks ago, and it's always nice to see the students, they were about fifth graders, learn about government and what all we do and hear their thoughts and ideas. And it's always interesting when you get children involved with government initiatives and having that conversation with them. I think that's, I didn't write it down and I left it, well, I did write it down and left it in my office. I have been doing the Minnesota League of Cities virtually because it's out in Longboat Key, and I voluntarily say I will be your Zoom meeting representative. I got another one coming up this week, next week. So, Mayor, I think that's pretty much it as far as commission communications.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor. No, ma'am. Commissioner Langdon.
I would just say what she said about the Shop with a Cop. What a great event. And it's one of the things that makes me very comfortable with our police force, that the needs and wants of the community are high on their priority list. It's just a great program.
The holidays were great, and staff, I appreciate all that you do the couple weeks before the holidays. Some of the time that you are missing in action.
That's when they get the most stuff done.
Well, I mean, I don't know about most stuff done, but there was some fueled items that have occurred a couple weeks before the holiday. And I just want to thank staff that they address these with professionalism. They care about what their citizens feel, think, say, and I just really, truly appreciate our staff. It's just tremendous to watch this happen. Administrative,
Nothing there.
city attorney.
No, ma'am. Happy New Year.
City clerk's office.
I do not have anything.
Yeah, we're looking to heaven for you. All right, with that being done, it is 3:42 and we are adjourned. Thank you. Very nice, very nice. Thank you, everyone.